Don't move it. No, it's alright, it's alright. No, that was fine actually. Yeah, no, it was actually better. Yeah, that's fine. You see it? I can move it. Is that alright?
So it's 590 o'clock. So they do the course. It's the master, so it's just the nice things that you and kids enjoying that journey.
2 minutes.
Activities is clearly up there. It's literally, activities is literally, activities is 2 votes and that's how much bigger it makes.
I'm going to try and get well organised up there.
I'll vote for whenever you're ready.
Alright. Guys, just want to wind up and we might kick off.
You're out of the camera shot.
Alright, where do I click, Josh?
No, you just do it. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Your slides need to be up though. Yeah.
Go back.
Just stop clicking. It's fine.
Here we go. Alright, so welcome everyone. Thank you for giving up a day of your time to come in here and just have a bit of a look about what this JamX thing is that we're looking at organising for next year. So, my name's Jared Sharp. I'm a scout leader out at Gawler and I'm one of the co-directors for JamX. We've got a few of the events team here today that are going to do a few presentations across the day. I'll introduce those as they come and take the stage. So without further ado, let's get into some housekeeping. So here we are at HQ. We've got toilets which are down through that corridor. I think male toilets are down there. I'm not sure where the female toilets are, so just go behind reception. All right. Just go out back. Yep. You'll find there's some unisex toilets there. I think if there's an emergency, I'm going to go that way, and then what do we do? Go around.
Car park.
Car park.
Yep.
So that's about all the housekeeping. What's that? Oh yeah, so just on the COVID safety people for people that are here. So if you're moving around inside, try and keep your masks on. If you're sitting down watching, that's okay, don't have your masks on there. When you're outside, I think it's fair game out there, you don't need to have your masks. So hopefully everyone's QR coded as they've entered the room. Obviously people at home, you kind of do what you want, and welcome to everyone who's watching the online stream. So the agenda for today, I'm going to talk a bit about a general overview and how it thinks of the program that we've got. Josh is then going to talk a bit about the site that we've got lined up, and then we'll break for morning tea. I've got Jackie Beck-Hobbs will come and talk a bit about registrations administration. I've got a bit more to say about kind of how we're forming units and what a typical day is going to look like for leaders. Into lunch, Alison will come up and, with help of Kim as well, talk about medical and welfare. And then Honna's going to bring it home with some of the unit sites, transport arrangements, and not sure if Honna or Darren's going to do catering, and then we'll wrap up. So that's the agenda for today. We've got, look forward to that morning tea break is our first break. Thank you, Darren, for the breakfast, I should say.
There.
Is that there? Round of applause. One of the things which we've got going for this session today is this Slido.com. It's a way, especially for the people at home, to present questions and have a bit of interactivity. Either scan that QR code or visit that website and put in the hashtag JamX. And there might be a couple of little polls that we do throughout the day. And I think that also allows random questions, which I'll see down there, to address. So yeah, I think that will help out the people that are streaming from home. But feel free if you're here in the room. I'm quite happy to take questions as we go, questions at the end of each little session, and there'll be plenty of time for questions throughout the day at the end. Okay, so the purpose that I see for JamX, the reason why I'm decided to put in a bit of effort for this, is that back in 2019 at AJ 2019 I had some scouts and they had some great time. We had a really successful jamboree. What I'm keen to see is for my current crop of scouts, the younger guys, although one of them looks slightly less impressed, really keen to make sure that they get to have a good as experience as we can put on for them. As an adult leader group, I think we're not in a position to put on a full bells and whistles jamboree, but we're going to give it a good as go as we can. That's my. Yep, so I've taken that personal decision to put in a fair bit of effort for this. Thanks, Josh. That was getting to me. In addition to that, I think we've had a couple of lean years as in the activity space as a branch because of various reasons, because of COVID, a bit of fatigue after AJ 2019. I actually think JamX is a good rally point for us as a branch to get a bit of mojo back about how we go about things, and hopefully if this COVID stuff keys up for it, and then we can really get all that together. I mean, this is the first time I've seen a lot of scout leaders into one room for quite some time, so it's quite good to re-establish some old networks. So I think JamX is important for us as a branch, as well as trying to give these kids a good go at what a major event feels like. Alright, so what we got, and Josh will talk a bit more about the site in a minute. I don't want to steal too much of his thunder on this, but back in April, branch made the decision that we're confident we can do an event. We established the broad parameters of that, so we reckon it might be about a 6-day event. We had a look at a few sites, we had a look at a few timescales, and we thought doing an event down at Yankton Park at Lucindale between January 4th and 9th is the thing that's going to work the best for us. And I've had a couple of trips down there now, and there's no regrets about Yankton Park. It's a great site. Josh will talk more about it in a sec. And the region as well has heaps to offer from our activities point of view. Like down the Limestone Coast there's heaps, and I'll step through some of what the program is looking like for our off-site program as part of this morning's session. One of the hard things about JamX is coming to grips with what it is, which I've simplified here with some dots. So a big camp, so something like the Cohen Cup or a big troop camp is about this big. We've got Jamboree, which we know is a big 10-day camp, 11-day camp, and it's a big thing. And JamX, when we're presenting to youth members, we're saying, well, sorry we can't quite get a Jamboree, but what we're going to try and do is about a 2/3 size of a Jamboree, so it's going for 6 days. It's probably about 2/3 the cost. So it's not massive, it's not going to be absolutely massive, but it's going to be still a whole lot of fun. It's going to be a big event. But especially from an event organising point of view, the hard thing to get my head around is that, well, it's actually not a jamboree. So we've got, jamborees are actually like really massive. with the whole state and the whole national resources to draw upon. There's maybe, I don't know if there was 20,000 kids, Jamboree. We won't have that many kids. We're actually a lot smaller than that. We've still got enough money and enough budget to have fun, right? But what we're not building a big cube down there. Like, we're not going down there mid-December and building a cube. We're not building an ice rink. We're not standing up a swimming pool. But what we are doing is taking advantage of what the region has to offer for activities, and we still run fun on-site activities and fun off-site program. But there is a danger, and I suppose from a line leader perspective, there's a danger here, and it probably comes more to the people that have run a few jamborees. Be careful with the assumptions that you've made. If you've been to 4 jamborees and you think, well, this is how a jamboree works, I normally roll up and I normally get 2 chuck swipes when I arrive there on the first day. Just make sure you're reading the information, because that's not going to happen at this jamboree. There'll be some stuff that you get. Norma will take us through all that in the afternoon. But don't just kind of put aside your jamboree thing for the moment and focus on this as it's a one-off camp. It's a massive camp. It's going to be fun. But some things that happen at a jamboree might not be there. Other things might be there. So don't make those assumptions. We're still working through a lot of things. There's a lot of decisions to be made. I'm actually quite new at jamborees. I've only been to one, so I've got to figure stuff out as well. And we've got decisions in progress. We might not have, we're not producing a glossy pack today saying this is what JamX is. We're giving you a glimpse of kind of how we're going with our planning and trying to prepare you guys so that you can do your own planning from here on in across the rest of the year. But it is its own beast, right? So just ask questions, and welcome to all the people that are new, line leaders for the first time taking a bit of an interest in here. Make sure you're checking stuff and reading the information that we're publishing once we've finalised some decisions. And again, it's not all available right now. From a project point of view for this event, so it was about mid-April, I think, when a few of us gathered upstairs at HQ and made this decision. Yep, we're going to go, we're going to do this, and we'll start forming a team together. That was back in April, and we've met and worked stuff through and progressed. We've done a whole lot of work between then. Right now we're at August, and we're about the halfway point from a project point of view. So, as ScoMo says, it's not a race. We haven't got it all done. But I think it's a good time for us as line leaders to get together and to see how things are. So you guys, you need to start making your own plans, and you need to be talking with your youth members about JamX. So yeah, we're about halfway. Alright, I'll just cut into the event schedule, just checking time. Right, so the event schedule for JamX. So I'm not sure if I've been saying it's a 6-day camp. This is actually what it is. So we're from an activity point of view, we're going to be arriving, some people will be arriving on site as early as the 2nd, I think. And then we've got this week transporting in, running 4 activity days with various on-site, off-site activities, which I'll get to in a sec. We've got evening entertainment, and we're packing up, going home on that Sunday. I'm going to step through this in a bit more detail now. So, Tuesday the 4th, that's transport-in day, so at some point when we've got buses all organised, there'll be a time when we get all of our youth members to attend a particular location, probably a scaffold. We all line up and all the parents take photos of the kids. Then we hop on the buses on this Tuesday. We bus down to Lucindale. We set up our campsite.
Hopefully not on 40 degrees.
Do you like the tea towels on the poles? I'm not sure if you went to tell them then. I don't know who else decided it was a good idea to leave their poles out in the hot sun for the full half day before they arrived there, but our scouts had fun and said we come tents with tea towels. We're going to set up our camp, and then we're going to have our opening ceremony. So that's on the first day. And obviously, regional people travelling from like the Westminster and stuff, I guess their journey will start a few days earlier, and we'll be in touch if we haven't already about what your arrangements might be. Lorna's going to cover transport in the afternoon. So if you've got questions about transport, maybe hold them on and hit up Lorna with those this afternoon. So that's the Tuesday. Then we've got our core 4 days of JamX. And the 4 core days of JamX will involve a bit of rostering. So a typical youth member across JamX is going to have an on-site day where they rotate through a selection of on-site activities on one day. Then they're going to have an off-site day. They'll come back on-site day for a 3rd day. And the 4th day they'll be off-site. And obviously there'll be other patrols going on the different alternative options and that. So they'll be off-site and on-site. In relation to the off-site days, we think at this stage, the way we've got our activities spread, one of those off-site days is going to be a coastal day, so down road, down the limestone coast, probably a bit of beach, those coastal activities. One of the days will be like that, and then the other day there'll be a bit more inland, so around Naracoorte, where there's activities, or Millicent, where we've got some for. So there'll be rostering for activities. I'll cover that off in a bit actually. Then, I forgot to mention on that last Saturday, on that 4th day, that's when we're coming back on site and having our closing. Then we're staying the night there, so we're going to go over the bank, have a big party, and go into all hours of the night, worry about packing up next day. And then we'll get up early on the Sunday, 4th of January, pack up the tents. There'll be a bus schedule. I'm not sure how the departures will work. Maybe I'll cover that. But then we'll be packing up and we'll be heading home on the Sunday, so we're all back and fresh for work on the Monday. All right. But I'm going to go into the program a little bit, as a glimpse of the program. Feel free to have questions on not so much the logistics of how you're going to get down there. That'll be covered later, but any questions about the days and how we're using those, you have to take those, or otherwise I'll keep going.
Will the youth be able to, will they be using the activities that they do, so they have that free range of what they do, or be a bit more structured?
So the off-site ones, there'll be a way of patrols electing preferences prior to the event, prior to JamX, and then they'll be allocated based on those preferences in their patrols to be what they get. And so I think there's probably, I'll step through them and then I'll maybe come back to that. Okay, so the next lot of slides here is just some program insights. So we haven't fully developed the program, we haven't fully resourced it from an activity leader point of view yet. There's a couple of slides on here about activities that we're even kind of yet to make the phone call to see if it's all right if we use their land. But what I do want to share with you is potentially what it's going to look like. So, yeah, I'm not presenting this as a fait accompli, but I do want to give you guys a taste of kind of some of the exciting things that are down there, and then we're going to work very hard to make sure that we land as many of these as possible. Now, start with our on-site activities, and look, admittedly, our on-site activities is probably the part of the program which hasn't progressed a lot. That's because I've viewed it as a bit of a lower priority with some of the other high-level stuff that we need to know and some of the other stuff that is a lot more complicated. A lot of these on-site activities there's a couple of tricky ones, but typically on-site activities are stuff that we can cobble together quite late in the piece. And part of that reason is because I am, or as a team, we are still looking for an on-site activities coordinator. If anyone here, or if anyone online, or if anyone knows about someone who wants to do a bit more of a substantial role and help me out, yeah, it's good if you just zoom in on that on-site activity leader. Yeah, really keen to speak with anyone who wants to put up their hand and help cobble some of this stuff together and get it rolling, because we do need to get it rolling pretty soon. And some of those activities, so I can run through it. Thank you. I think we've got Jamie Hoskins has volunteered to run the climbing wall. So we're going to have the climbing wall down there. We're looking at doing crate stacking. Still got to test a couple of viability things on there, as well as leaders to run crate stacking. Yakka Park, it's full of lawn, it's full of nice flat grassed area, perfect for, look, I'm a bit of a croquet champion, so I'm keen to challenge people for some croquet games on the lawns. So we'll have like bocce and croquet, coup, that Viking kind of thing, is another good one. So there'll be an activity just based around giving kids exposure to that. We've got Angry Birds, which is firing those catapults. Got plenty of haystacks down there, we're trying to blast our way through some haystacks. I'm trying really hard to get axe, I've called it axe safety and axe throwing. Well, Chewy says it's about firearm safety, and not just shooting, but he gets away with it. But yeah, looking at axe throwing down there, so that's something that they've started doing in Adelaide. There's a couple of places, so I'm working, hopefully we'll be able to get that up. Spoken to Sandy about the cookie based on the Netflix show Nailed It, where we kind of, kids all get to decorate something. I'm going to try with my scouts this Friday, which is looking forward to that. I think Tremaine was a bit interested in drones. I've said drone racing, I'm not sure if it can be racing, but that sounds fun.
Drone building.
Drone building.
Okay. And fixing, probably. Got a question on slide.
The next team.
Escape rooms.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Escape rooms are very popular. J2019, we've still got the performing arts teams good at that, and get those happening down there. Performing arts teams are actually looking at doing additional stuff out of their stage during the day as well. That will be on-site activities. Hopefully, depends how we go on some leader qualifications. Hopefully, get to run the archery tag down there. We've got heard that there was these air rockets that happened at this West Australian Camp West that were really successful. Looking at copying what they did for that, all about putting water bottle rockets and laser skirmish as well. So we've still got room for a few more on-site activities that we need to plug in there and find. So if you do have ideas for on-site activities, and probably more than just kind of big ideas, more kind of realistic ideas, that would be good to, if you want to help kind of do a bit of legwork and get an idea up, definitely send them through to me so we can add to this. There are plenty of activities out there, even like at some of our camps, that are easy to get mobile and move down there and do for our on-site program. Okay, so I'll cover, thank you for the question, I'll cover eligibility. I'm not sure, I'll talk with the owner about whether we're going to cover that today. I don't think we've actually got a slide for that, but we'll answer that question. How essential is it? Reasonably essential. Yeah, but we'll cover that a bit later on. So if we can flick back to the PowerPoint. And I'll talk a little bit about the off-site activity program and give you a bit of a glimpse about what's happening. So, as I said before, we've got a really good region down at Yakka, down the Limestone Coast. Yakka Park is a bit kind of, oh, it is central at Lucendale, and then we've got Naracoorte and a whole lot of stuff at Naracoorte. We've got a bucket of stuff on my little mini-map there at Roe. Potentially there's a couple of other locations south of Roe that Sub-Aqua are actually down there today, just scoping out to see if that's going to be viable to use that bit of coastline, or otherwise we might go back up to Roe for some more coastal activities. And I've got more slides on these in a sec. Yeah, but so those off-site activity days, we're going to be busing kids out to these off-site activity days in the morning. Some of them will require a bit of rotation around during the day, and then we'll obviously busing them back in the evening. And as I said before, so that was answering your question there. I almost forgot. So patrol preferences and allocations, yep. So I'm not exactly sure how we're going to collect those preferences at this stage. There'll be a way of patrols to identify their preferences for their off-site activities, potentially their on-sites. Okay, so I'm going to run through what the off-site activity days might look like for the individual scouts. One of the options, and this one's locked away, is a full day of narrow court caving. So this is, some activities are rotating based, so they might rotate through a few different things, but with the caving, this is a full day with the caving team going through the wild caves. Quite similar to what the Scout Caving Efficiency Weekends are. Probably the same caves. The caving team kind of got that pattern down pat, and that's a really fun day. Like, if you haven't been caving, or if your youth members haven't been caving, this would be a good thing to put as your preference number one. Yeah, or following through the caves.
Numbers are really good.
Yeah. Yeah, so numbers are.
Not every single get to do that activity.
Yeah. So, yep, there'll be preferences. Not everyone's going to get their number one. We need to punt people over onto their number two preferences. And I think part of being a jamboree is kind of, sometimes you need to go with group decisions as a patrol. That's something that you learn on jamboree, I think. And you don't always get everything that you want, but you do have a lot of fun anyway and experiencing things. Our second rotation that we've got, we're looking, Chewy's looking at running some firearm safety and some shooting out of one of the ranges at Narracot. They've got a couple down there. So that will be a rotation around Narracot where we've got that as I guess, a key activity. The Narracot's got this great swimming lake down there where there's heaps of water fun and things in the pool, and things to jump off. So there's the swimming lake and just running some street bikes around. There's some cycle trails and incorporate some stuff at maybe the Narracot Hall, maybe the bike track down there as well. And then finishing off that day, there's the Wamani Centre, which is actually quite a, yeah, it's a tourist thing. It's in the Narracot Cave complex, but it's a great little interpretive centre just to round off that day for the youth members. So it's potentially we have people doing, or we will have people doing this rotation in their patrols. Another thing that we've got lined up is there's a facility down near Millicent called Yolong, and it's run by the Police Blue Light Association organisation. And so that's a high ropes camp that I think was ran, I think it was a very successful thing from AJ, from AV 2015, I think. I don't know if anyone's been on it, but Michael Woodward said that we used that as a site and it was like had really good feedback. So it's got, yeah, got heaps of, it's set up for, it's a camp set up for kids to kind of go. It's like a woodhouse, I suppose, but maybe not quite as snazzy as a woodhouse. Definitely a lot of action-packed ideas and challenges for kids to do on that particular day. Now we head off to the coast. So Sandy, I think Bobby's probably finding his way down to Norah, if not yesterday.
He went yesterday.
Yeah. So I look forward to what he thought of that. But that's a great bit of coast down there. So we're definitely looking at snorkeling, and then hopefully. Also, there's heaps of full driving down the road as well, so we'll be looking at incorporating snorkeling, and I guess you'd rotate through snorkeling and then some time at the beach, maybe time walking on the coast, and then a bit of full driving. In fact, if we can't get, if the site's not quite appropriate for us at Norah, we'll look to move this up out of road and run these activities from the beaches in road, and that might also incorporate then a bit of a walking tour through Road Main Street and out to there's a jail and the obelisk. I think that he's supposed to follow in the water, so hopefully kids might see that before it goes. So that'll be a good day out in road. A second thing that we've got lined up for road on the outdoor program is that we've got paddling. So the paddling team ran paddling, they've had experience using that Lake Batty for a paddling activity. At this stage, I did have mountain bikes on there, but I think, unfortunately, like mountain biking might not get up in road because of the lack of the availability of leaders, qualified leaders to run that, which is unfortunate because actually there's a really mountain biking thing down there. In lieu of that, we're still progressing to see if we can get the land yachting happening. As well, and then that day will end off. There's Humpalicious Camel Farm down there. Not sure if you've been down there. I actually took my kids down there and it was terrific because there's camel rides. There's camel gelati, which Sounds nice. So it does taste sweet. Get this after nice. So hopefully it's kind of fun. They're helping us out, and that will be a good, and that's a bit of a unique experience as well. So I think that'll be a fun day. And then lastly, one of the good things I think, one of the marquee things I think, we've got surfing lined up out of road. There's a surf school that we're looking at using. So they'll be surfing, then looking just kind of time on the beach, whether that might be swimming, that might be volleyball, that might be building sandcastles. And then we're back. Rafting is the last thing, which the paddling team again are going to run out of Lake Baby. So the rafting might not look like that I've got up there. So that's like on the Scout Annual 2003, if you Google it, you'll see that picture, and that's me on the back. That's me. So I didn't want to let that opportunity go to waste. Alright, so did Lana rock up yet? Or not? Lana hasn't rocked up yet. So there'll be a nightly entertainment program that Alana's going to explain. When she arrives, we might just schedule that in later on. So the performing arts teams are running with some nightly entertainment. Obviously, they've got the opening and closing ceremonies, which they'll package up as a performing arts based experience, and then of a night time running various initiatives. Some of that might be at the stage, and some of that won't be. So we'll definitely get back to you with more information about what the latest is on that across the day. And then lastly, while that entertainment stream is happening, or kind of an afternoon, we're kind of have a space that we're calling cat life. It's a little bit like, hang on, here we go. Alana. Come on, here. Go your breath. I'll talk a bit about the cat life and then we'll flick back to performing arts. So, kind of like the Yellow Eye Mall was set up at AJ29M, a bit of an informal space where kids can hang out. We're looking at having a bit of a casual zone and informal zone, and that will be the place where we'll run the things such as the chill out tents, plenty of shade areas, have those clamshells full of water and water activities, casual days, have a limited number of food vendors in there, just enough for the kids to have some donuts before dinner so they don't eat their dinner. We've got sheep. That's not hay stuff shearing, I think, is it? We're down in the region and it'd be really good to experience a bit of sheep shearing and chat. Get a bit of a shear.
I noticing a lot of people are taking photos trying to scribble down. Can you make a slideshow available for us? Maybe make it easier for everyone?
Oh yeah. That's generally, yep, they will be, all the slides will be available.
Thank you.
Spelled correctly and I've already fixed it.
A few touch-ups. Yeah, this intends, hopefully photo booth. But yeah, so there'll be this zone. Josh might even highlight where it is on the map. That will be just a casual spot. So we finish, the on-site programs might wind up and finish about like 4 PM or something. That people might start arriving back on site from the off-sites, and it's just that place of an evening where scouts can have a bit of informal time and have some stuff to help kind of all that come along as an alternative to some of the other stuff that might, maybe Alana, if you want to hold your breath. And I'm just going to maybe just highlight a couple of things about what's going to happen when I get the performing arts slide up.
Back to that photo again.
Which one was it?
Paddy.
You want performing arts after?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we are. The Night Game Same program. Here's Alana just to speak a little bit about the performing arts program.
Yeah, so the monthly
Come over here because you're not in the camera shot.
Oh, there's a camera. Cool. Is that better? So, the Nightly Entertainment Program, we're working really hard at the moment to ensure that we can have some really cool, fun activities for the youth. Obviously, being in entertainment, there's a lot of really cool COVID restrictions we have to work around, but that's not going to stop us. So at the moment the kids will arrive, we'll have an opening ceremony that the SA Performing Arts teams are currently pulling together, so we're building our own opening ceremony, which will be a lot of fun. And then the following night currently is a DJ fluoro party. So there's a really cool TikTok that's about to come out on that. I don't know much about TikTok, but apparently it's really cool. So you guys will see that soon. So everyone will come dressed in fluoro. We'll have a DJ out there, party the night away. The next night is street party night, and of course, to make that really cool and fun, we're asking the troops to dress up as part of their street party. My team will then come around after dinner, collect each of the troops, and do a bit of a parade from the campsites down to the main arena, where we'll have a party band, some live music, some mass karaoke. It'll be a really cool, fun party night. The next night, because it's a few days in, we'll bring it down a notch. We're going to do a PJ campfire night. So again, there'll be some acoustic music, doing all the traditional campfire songs, as well as some of the skits, some non-traditional campfire songs, and of course the JamX talent will help the kids work through their acts throughout the day, and they'll feature in that night as well. And then we will close the week with another closing ceremony, which again the Performing Arts kids from SA are working on to pull together. So we've got a lot of range of activities. We're doing activities throughout the day as well, so we've got some entertainment hub where the kids can come down and work on their talents with our guys. So from each of the shows, we've got some assistant directors, musical assistants coming down, so if they want some assistants pulling their items together, they'll be there. They can also trial things like the tech side of performing arts. We'll be featuring a roaming gang radio station, so there's lots of really cool fun things from the entertainment team. Cool.
So there'll definitely be a talent show, yep, so
There will definitely be a talent show.
kids can start
So prepare.
rip tight of the banjo.
So I guess for us, if you guys take back to the youth on what they need to do, come prepared with the dress up. So if it's fluoro, PJ, and in particular the street party night, pick a theme for your patrol. If you all want to come dressed in red, come dressed in red. We'll go crazy, that'll be fun. There will be a competition for that. And then if they want to have a talent in the talent show, they'll need to come down and register, and we'll work with them on that. But just get started now, and they can do that. But follow the JamX page, because my team are working on TikToks. Apparently this is the end thing at the moment, so everything's going to be TikTok. But we'll have lots of really cool fun things that we will showcase on that page for you guys to keep up to date with what we're working on.
Thank you. Right, so getting to the end of the first session, we'll speak to Josh in a minute, quite well ahead of schedule. So quite happy to have any questions, and you can kind of put your hand up and I'll point to you, or you can submit something through the Slido. Yep.
There's a question up there. What's the suggestion?
Perhaps really encourage activities outside. Yeah, definitely quite happy for those activities. And like when you're helping me think up these activities, we can think about, will they run as an on-site activity that we get rostered to do between maybe like 18 and 24 kids for 90 or for 90 minutes, 2 hours. Or we've got that camp life space where we can have like little casual drop in, and if people are kind of quite open for people that want to come and bring their ideas down there to share a bit of Whitney. So we could run that as kind of special interest things that kids can come down into the camp life space and do that of an evening. But yeah, thank you, Koala. Yeah, we might, would be keen to see Whitney and paraquadding as an activity. Yes, thank you.
That was it.
Yeah.
Jared, I was thinking for maybe the coastal, either of the off-site, is do either of these areas have a skate park? It's always very popular, skateboards and scooters with us.
Yeah.
Could be just one of those extra activities that...
Yeah, so that, on the Naracoorte one, that's when that street bikes, that's kind of, that's got the park there, and I think, yeah, so we don't, it doesn't have to just be bikes, we can run skateboards and stuff down there as well.
It's always very popular with us here.
Yep. Okay, let's go. I'll go by elaborate pioneering. Yeah, so gateways as well, where the problem with pioneering is that it requires a lot of stuff to take down there. Yeah, so I'm quite open to. Yeah, so I guess we could have a station set up with some pioneering skills. Yeah, I think that would work good. I guess I was just thinking that one of the things. So we're probably not going to do massive gateways that you typically do at Jamboree. Quite happy for you to build one, but we're not going to make a big thing out of it because I guess with this event we're trying to make it easy as well because we're a bit all hard up for time. So gateways are probably not something that we're going to put a lot of effort into, and as a leader I'm not going to put a lot of effort into. But yeah, thank you. I think, yep, so pioneering is definitely something I think we can set up there and run as a bit of a come and try. Yep.
You just mentioned gateways. Will there be like a competition like there usually is at the campsite?
I guess we're still working through some decisions on that. I'm not sure if I've even mentioned.
We have touched on it.
We have touched. Have I mentioned that to you yet, Alison? You haven't covered that. No.
No, I haven't covered it.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll do it though. So we'll probably have a little hand station washing competition, just because that gets with the COVID theme.
I did touch on that, hand washing.
Yeah. So obviously Alison will cover hand washing, but I think that's where we'll focus our efforts in having a bit of a judging thing. Might just be like a little camp washing thing. Yeah, yep, so that hand washing thing will be stuff that you supply and you organise. So Camp West, which I've copied a lot of stuff from because that was a bit of a similar size thing that happened over in WA. They had a hand washing competition, they had some parameters around that, recycled materials. We'll just think through that pretty soon and publish some information about what that thing will be. Okay, so we're not going to do a market day. So we kind of made the decision. We've only got those 4 days of activity days. We did think about a few options for market days, but we taken the decision that we won't do a market day. And look, I don't think there's going to be a lot of badges, which was the second part of that question. So we need to be really careful of how much money we're committing up front for this event. So we've actually cut right back on a lot of things that we need to prepay for. It's made it quite hard to kind of plan this event. We need to defer spending. So one of the things is, and it's fine if you've already kind of started to go down this path, don't feel bad, but at Jamboree, as a line leader, so I put a lot of effort into making our own troop tops, which came out pretty well. Francis is modelling one right now. We made badges, we made patrol badges. That all had like cost up front that like had AJ 2019 been cancelled, it would have been left with a whole lot of stuff that was not as useful. So we're saying don't put a lot of effort into that kind of stuff. Don't feel that you need to produce a special troop top for this. Don't think you need to produce your own badge for this. Fine if you've started going down that path. I guess that's something that we've just decided over recently when we've really started needing to cut down our forward spending. So try and put your effort into preparing your kits. Put your effort into being happy when you get down there and not overly tired because you've had to arrange all of this stuff. Yeah, so there'll be no market day and there'll be an event badge, but I don't think that there'll be a whole lot of unique badges that then get swapped. We'll have a zone for badge swapping because that's a fun experience for some scouts and adults, but yeah.
What will be the size of the troop? Like, are we confined to our own groups, or are we split with other?
We'll cover that in a session about sizes of troops and combining stuff. Okay, and so we're not going to have a Joanne Cup visiting day either. We don't have anything. Yeah, so there's not a future scout day. I guess it's just an extra thing that we've taken the decision not to try and fit into the program. And I think that's, like, because it's only 4 days of activities, that's a whole lot of complications that risk that we're taking the decision not to take. So sorry, guys and cubs, you've got a Hoppery, something next year, don't you?
Because the reason you usually have a marketing day or the market day is to have a rest for activity sites to get their activities back up to scratch and give them some time to fix and have a break. And then being, so only having 4 days activities, we really don't need that, so that's a day less, and that helps with the cost factor, so therefore you don't need your joeys and your cubs coming to visit. But instead of that, the idea is to have a street party at night where all the kids get involved and put on a Wappington street party, and if they can, the entertainment guys will work on that as well, but get out there and just have some fun as opposed to just running them up.
Damien, so will there be orienteering? Look, I think we might, with our off-site program, depending on numbers and activities, we might need to slot in, that might need to be part of the off-site program. At this stage we haven't identified that. That is something that is kind of less complex to organise at shorter notice. Orienteering, we can run that on site. There's not at Lucendale, there's not a lot of topography. It's all kind of just good. It's all flat, kind of less exciting for orienteering. Yeah, we'll see how things pan out. I'm not against incorporating orienteering into it, but it's not currently being focused heavily on. Yep.
Will there be an event shirt?
Yeah, so there will be an event shirt, and the deal with the event shirt is that we're looking at producing. We're actually, I'm a big fan of the long sleeve lightweight polyester tops. That Francis is modelling again, so you're going to get a lot of photos. Maybe, sorry for the people at home. Oh, Clog's got one too. So the event top that we're looking at the moment is one of the lightweight polyester cool mesh long sleeve collared tops that I think like the paddling team wear that, the Wet and Windy, I think they all have that top, really good for outdoor stuff, and kids generally bring their own short sleeve tops, so that will be our event top. The other thing with it is that it's going to be more like the Scouts SA limestone activity top. It's not going to be heavily branded the JamX top, but we'll just kind of coincide with JamX, and we're just doing that so we've got a bit of a, if JamX gets cut, we're not left with a whole lot of thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff that say JamX. So it'll still be an event top essentially for it, but just so you know, it'll be called like the Scouts SA limestone activity top. Yep.
Was that top cost included in the price that's already gone out?
Yes, yep, and that's for adults and for adults as well. So everyone gets one, which is exciting. Yep, that's included.
I know there was a question about the shirts for adults. Can they be available for children's sizings as well, or women's sizing?
Can the adults' tops be available for
So the current adult registration only allows us to select the size small, which will be addressed on me. I normally order a youth size and say don't offer a women's size, so we make that available.
yeah, we can.
Send me an email.
Oh yeah, we can. So, yeah.
Send me an email and I'll get that sorted.
Thank you. I'd like to be able to wear it.
Any other? Yeah, obviously we've got more sessions to cover, which will. So the sleeves sometimes don't come out that way. All right, maybe I'll throw then to Josh, who's going to talk a little bit about Yucca Park. Yeah.
It's a clicker up there?
Yep.
Cool.
Alright, hi folks, my name's Josh, I'm the Operations Director for JamX, and part of that will be the site plan and also sites and services. So that's really small, and I know you can't see that, so I've gone to the liberty of zooming in for you. So we'll start at the front of the site, and here, this is the main gate, and I know it's really hard to tell what that looks like on a 2D graph like this, but we will show you some photos later on as well. Just still putting that together at the moment, but basically this is the main entrance to the site. There's a shed there where the security is going to be. And that's actually, there's a door on the inside and the outside of the site, so that's actually going to be our main entry point for pedestrians through that shed, and the police scouters will set up inside there. There's no power, unfortunately, so we've got to run some power so they can have teas and coffees and things, but that's where most of the people will be coming in and out of the site, and also all of the transport to off-site activities for the buses. So kids will be coming out through the security shed and then lining up in the transport area to take buses off-site. From the main gate, we move up to our sub-camps. So this will be our main unit sub-camp here, right in the middle of the site. So surrounded by all of the other stuff, and you can see here on the left is the Q store as well. So nice and close to the sub-camp to go and get their food and stuff. And there'll be solid points and the other stuff that they need access to, water and things like that, within all the sub-camp areas, which is already there, so that's really great, unlike Taylor Bend. So, zooming out a little bit here, you can see the other sub-camp, so still relatively close to the Q store and also close to the camp life zone as well. There's a toilet block in the middle there, and there's also another toilet block just underneath that we'll get to shortly. So those will be the toilets for youth members to use. So they'll be designated youth toilets for the entirety of the event, with the exception of the other toilet block that I'll get to later, which will turn into the adults showering, the secondary adult showering after curfew time. But most of the time, those two toilet blocks will be for youth, and then there's another toilet block over by the admin building, which will be for adults the entire time. So service leader camping is up in this corner here, nice and close to the admin area. So there's a little building there that says office, which is going to be first aid, and then there'll be two portable buildings there, which will be the event team headquarters. Alright, camp life zone. So again, you can't really see it on this map, and I'll show you an aerial photo a little bit later on. But there's lots of trees and stuff and grass around here. Again, the whole site is really green, which is lovely. Again, not like Taylor Bend. So we try and just point out all the differences between Lucindale and Taylor Bend as much as we can. But the camp life zone is a really nice area. There's a shelter as well, which will be really good in January when it's hot, to get away from the heat for a little bit. But that'll be kind of the chill out area with lots of activities and fun things to do, and just an area for people to sort of get away from stuff for a bit. And then this building here that says leader catering is a big indoor catering area for service leaders.
So Josh, that's not line, that's not you guys.
Correct, yeah, so service leaders as opposed to line leaders. Line leaders will meet with troop lines as per usual jamboree. Moving down here, we have the Ventura sub-camp, nice and close to the toilets, as you can see there, and the showers, which is probably a good thing. Need as many ways to get Venturas into showers as possible, so putting them close to the showers is one of the strategies there. And then we do have the little information booth. I don't know if we're actually using that. Oh yeah, so that'll be the central information point. Jackie's nodding, so that's good. Where people can go to ask any questions. Lost and found, yeah, deal with any missing stuff, missing people, maybe, hopefully not. But that's where the main sort of front of house area for the admin side of things will be. Entertainment. So you can see there's like a purple block there. What that is a big shelter. So it's not an enclosed shed as such, as more of a roof. So basically like a marquee that we don't have to put up. So perfect again for entertainment. Grass all around there as well. So that'll be the main area for entertainment. You can see we've blocked off quite a lot of space there, and that's just mainly so there's plenty of barrier between, sort of, not barrier, but exclusion zone between where entertainment will be and where the campsites are, so that people can go off into the campsite and hopefully there won't be too much noise over there. So we've blocked off an entire extra block on either side. But that's actually, it doesn't look like it, but that's heaps of space. That's, you know, like 100 metres across that whole area. So plenty of space, and will be a really good zone for entertainment. On-site activities. So again, heaps and heaps and heaps of space there for outdoor activities. And then we're very lucky on this site to have a 70 by 20 metre shed, I believe it is. Something like that. It's huge. Indoor shed for some indoor activities as well. So very exciting that it's a really well-equipped site. Lots of power, lots of water, lots of access through roads and everything. Something that I haven't mentioned, I haven't put on here yet, is the car parking. So there'll be a temporary car park off to one side, and then there'll be a long-term car park at the top of the site. So you'll be able to drive through, drop right off at your troop site, unload trailers and things like that, and then go straight out to the car park and leave the car up in that long-term car park for the entirety of the event. We're aiming to have 0 vehicle movement around the site for the entire time that we've got scouts there. There'll be one sites and services vehicle and then emergency vehicles as needed for transport, but apart from that, we're maintaining no vehicles moving around the site wherever possible. So keep it nice and safe, just eliminate that traffic hazard where we can. Yeah, that's the site. Questions? Yes?
You said there's plenty of power. Is there going to be power on
Great question. Yes, there is power in the troop sites. We're encouraging you to go 12 volt where you can, but there will be power available in troop sites if needed. Yeah.
You said water was summons, Mr. Barlow.
Yep. Yep.
What about, we had an issue at Tarn Bend where we had taps. People were fitting manifolds to taps, and we had an individual came around and said, no, take them off. So,
what do you mean by manifolds?
Multiple outlets on the one tap.
Yeah, okay. Well, that shouldn't be an issue. We can deal with that if we need to. There's plenty of water though. We're allocating a tap per troop site, so there shouldn't be an issue with that.
How big are the individual troop sites? Like, is there a strict...
There'll be a boundary, but there's actually quite a bit of space that we can put between the troop sites as well. So they're around, we haven't 100% decided how big they're going to be yet, but they're likely to be, they'll be bigger than a Jamboree site, something like 20 by 20, we think. So around that sort of area.
How many troops are you expecting?
Good question.
I guess on the numbers point of view, I guess our planning is around between 500 and 900 youth members. So divide that by somewhere between 24 and 36, which is the troop sizes. So it's what, 20 or so? 30? I don't know.
Depends how many scouts you can encourage to come.
Yeah. I mean,
and we're heavily reliant on line leaders to get the message out there. So that's what today's all about, getting you excited so that you can get scouts excited about it. Is there another question?
Josh, did you want to explain the sullage situation? Because we don't have the...
Yeah, I can do. Yeah. So basically the sullage isn't into a sewer or a septic tank. It's actually going to be into IBCs. So there'll be IBCs placed around, but there'll be a basin on the side of the IBC for emptying water into. So we're still encouraging you to wash up in the troop site, but then take the washing up water and pour it into the basin that's at the IBC.
IBC means?
It's a big water container. Yeah, 1,000 litre water container.
IBC. It's an acronym. I don't understand the acronym.
Yeah, it's a big water container. Yeah. Someone trying to get in. And we'll have there'll be basins on those, and we'll be pumping them out daily as well, so we'll be able to handle the volume there. But they're obviously all the water that is dumped, we need to pump out and dump somewhere else. So wherever water waste can be minimised, we would encourage that as much as possible.
Is there Kim Phillips in here?
Yep.
delivery for
We've got a
kids.
couple of questions on the slide, so can we please get a copy of the slide deck? Well, the best part about live streaming today's thing is that it is on YouTube right now, and you'll be able to go home and watch it, and we'll send the link out, and I'll put a QR code up at the end of the day so you can go and watch it later on. But yes, we can also send out the whole slide pack as well, so yes, definitely. What is the ground like for pegs? Great question. The ground is really good. It's really nice, as I said, grassy, it's soft. We did a tent peg test and it was like butter. It's beautiful. You won't need your drills and your heavy duty pegs down there. Toilets, gender neutral. We did talk about this. The toilets on site are already labelled as male, female. So we'll keep the labelling as it is. Our policy and rules still say that we need to have separate male and female bathrooms. So at this point, no, they won't be gender neutral, but we will provide some unisex toilets as well, or non-gendered toilets, and we'll take advice from the D&I team on how we label them. Disabled accessible transport on site. Well, that's probably a transport question.
Will we have accessibility for disabled on site? I think there is.
Well, the site is completely flat in terms of accessibility. There are no steps other than potentially to get in. No, the first aid has a ramp, so there is access across the entire site.
So if we need it for transport, then it'd probably help to contact myself. So I can make sure that most buses today do cater for that.
Yeah, so the answer to the question is if you have scouts that have specific accessibility needs, please contact us so that we can make sure we can cater for them. Thanks for the question. Thank you. Intermediate bulk containers is IBC. Appreciate it. I didn't know the answer, but there you go. The big water container, it's used for transporting wine and whatnot. Will it still be easy to access your car if you need to leave the site for some reason? Great question. There will be 2 car parks, as I said before, so there'll be a long-term car park which will not be able to be accessed. That'll be only for vehicles that are staying on site the entire time. In the event of an emergency, we'll be able to get those cars out, but the intention is for that car park to be used for vehicles that will be staying on site the entire time. There will also be a secondary car park that you can drive in and out of as needed. Any other questions in the room? Yes?
One more's just gone up, Josh.
Thank you.
With the showers, our unit had access to single cubicles outside, no congregating area where you couldn't see easily the behaviour of the children, youth members standing around.
Okay.
So is that what the showers?
So it's a shower block, and they are individual cubicles, but they're not sort of like a it's a
En-suites.
Yeah, they're not en suites as such. They're cubicles inside a building. We're not providing specific supervision for the showers, so that we'll need to manage that at unit level.
To know that.
Yeah.
You have to think about managing that.
Yes.
Sometimes the behaviours of the youth waiting is not good.
Yeah, sure.
So these are large brick buildings. So you go in and there's
like a caravan park.
Yeah, six toilets, 6 showers with the hand basins and the waiting areas. So you may need to just allocate a line leader to stand at the door and just make sure the kids are behaving.
The showers per head of scouts will be a lot better than a jamboree.
Yeah, because of the lower numbers, And they're quite good showers as well. Indoor.
It worked really well at the jamboree with having that very visible, just in your door, outdoor. You know.
Yeah. The adult showers are like that, but the youth ones aren't.
When they direct everything just to JamX at sa.scouts.com.au, then it'll go to the right people.
We'll put that up on screen as well. Okay. JamX at sa.scouts.com.au for any inquiries and any special requirements. Any other questions? Yes, Alana?
Where's the radio station? Is that an internet area?
I would think so, yeah, but we can chat about that and put it wherever you want. But yeah, I was thinking that it could potentially just run from the stage area, but it's up to you. Yes?
One of the biggest is dropping up the gear and picking up the gear.
Yeah.
Especially if you charge that back for trailers and then you have to wait till the kids leave and then picking up.
Yeah, okay, so getting the cars back on site. Yeah, that's a good point. So we'll have to come up with a good plan for traffic management around moving in and out so that we're not running people over but able to get cars in. So I'll get back to you on that. That's a good question, thank you. Anyone else? Cool. I'll have this published by the end of today and able to be sent out electronically, so you can all have a good look at it at home and then get back to me with questions later on, I'm sure. It's not final yet, there's still some tweaking to be done. Any feedback can be sent through to us as well. If you've got specific feedback or suggestions for the site, more than happy to take those. Thank you very much. Jared.
So we are training a little bit early. Thank you. Do you need your back to your
yeah.
Is she right or not? Probably not. No, it might not be working. What's up? Yeah, I think Darren's just setting up for morning team up everyone for the money pump.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
Maybe I'll roll with mine. Yeah, do you want to bring up the one, Josh?
Yeah, just give me one sec.
Everyone wave to the camera for the people online. It's here.
Oh, that. The unit life?
Yeah, let's go to unit life and we'll have a bit more go at this. Alright, so I had planned to use the morning tea break to give this slide deck a bit of a revision. That plan is kind of not working, so I'll run through this now and this will take us up to our morning tea break. So I wanted to speak a little bit more about the some of these topics that we've got in units. So we're not quite following that agenda because we're ahead of time, so don't worry about that. But we're going to talk a bit about, so that's getting back to your question that you had before about how do we form these units and what do we expect to have in our units. We'll talk a little bit about adult rostering and we'll also talk a little bit about venturers, which is exciting as we go. So we really need to get all the registrations in before we do much about figuring out who's going to be in which unit. So I might just emphasise that fact that we're, with this Jam, I'll talk a bit about kind of promotion of the event to youth members as a bit of a segue. So we're only able to communicate out so much stuff to get youth members to register for JamX. So we've had some emails and stuff go out initially. We've distributed some promotional starter packs that hopefully have reached all groups. There is some material and brochures online that you can print out and hand to your youth members. We're going to be emailing all youth members across this week as well. We're going to run a small SMS send out as well across this week, but we do really need you guys as line leaders or as leaders of units to be the ones that are talking to your youth members and encouraging them to register, and you're the ones that have the good relationship with the parents to hopefully really push and get these people registered so that we can get a viable event. Registrations, we've got about, I think we've got 120.
107. No one's gone on this morning.
No one's gone on this morning. It is the first month, and I guess I know with my unit, so I get all of my registrations like the 3 days before the event and the 3 days after the close-off date. Try and get them early. Tasmania just cancelled their equivalent because they didn't get enough interest. Not that I'm threatening, but it's a really good spot. But make sure, please, you guys, relying on you guys as the coalface to passing through information to your youth members. And if you need, we're not resourced enough to go out and do road shows with every unit. So if you do need someone to come and speak face to face, I think we're going to look for your program support leaders in the first instance that might provide that information. And if you're a program support leader, you might, I can help you out with some resources for that. Does everyone know who their program support leader is? Is that like, who doesn't know what a program support leader is? Oh, program mentors. That's a good result. Okay. So that was a bit of a segue. We get the registrations in across next month, which is September. There's going to be that flurry of activities late in the piece. There's going to be that flurry of youth members that are going to want to register after we've said no more registrations, but we'll kind of let them in anyway because we want the numbers. There'll be a point in October where we really start need to forming up some units. So the units, I think typical jamborees like a lot of them are 36, but I think we have a bit more flexibility to go a bit lower than that. Yep.
One more registration.
The advertised registration closing out, I think, is 27th of September.
31st was October.
And with the final payment due on the 31st of October? Yeah. I think we're saying we want... But registering
for the t-shirts, 26th.
26th of September, yeah, because we need to get t-shirts ordered, and I don't like stressing about kind of waiting for a shipment to arrive, kind of is it going to arrive the day before? Don't want to issue all these t-shirts kind of 3 days after we attend, so we want the registrations in by the end of September, yep? 27th September, yep.
You were saying that it's going to be too difficult to do a road show. Would it be possible to either do a virtual roadshow or potentially put a roadshow pack together so that leaders could do the roadshow to their individual trips?
Yeah, okay, so happy to, what kind of information would you need?
Essentially, I know Josh was saying that there'll be a link to this on YouTube for the whole presentation. Definitely don't want that.
Yep.
I think, sorry, I want that to refer back to for me.
Yep.
But if we could get this presentation that we could trim down so that we have sort of all of the fun stuff.
Yeah, for a promotional slide deck that you could run for your parents.
So particularly sort of those on-site, off-site activities,
yeah.
The coast day, the inland day, so that would be a sales tool kind of thing, site map.
Okay, so yeah, we'll probably, some of those activities we're still confirming the viability of, but I think let's do that within a week and a half. We'll have a PowerPoint presentation you can provide to your youth members. Is that
awesome? Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, thanks, you've got that on it, you'll whack that together.
or even enough slides so I can trim it down a month.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, yeah. Yeah, give us a week and a half and we'll have that together, and that will give us 3 weeks then up to the lead up in September to get that. Yep. Okay, so I was kind of, yeah, so that was a bit of a segue that we want to get the numbers in, we want to order the t-shirts in October, and October will be when we start, forming these units. It doesn't have to be 36. We will be using patrols as 6 scouts as like the ideal metric. So what we might be looking at is, what's 24 divided by 6? 4. So there might be, units might just be the 4 patrols of 6 members, so 24, or there might be the full 36. When I don't have...
Will you be combining troops or groups together to form numbers, or will it be individualised?
So we will, in consultation with the relevant units, be looking to, if you've only got 10 youth members going, or if you've got 2 members, we'll be forming them up and saying, how about you guys, do you have any issues with working with these units? And so the events team will do that initial matching in consultation with the individuals, with the leaders. And then we'll look to do things like, if we've got, let's say, inexperienced units, we might look to pair them up with some of the guys that really know what's going on, just to make that a good functional unit. I'll get you to set Chad. If we've got regional units coming from the Eyre Peninsula, probably don't want to bring 2 trailers of equipment across. What we might look to do is pair you up with those big leafy groups that have heaps of equipment, so that those units might have enough equipment for the whole unit. And yeah, Chad?
Are we able to ensure that if we do pair up troops together, that we have leaders from both troops attending? As speaking from experience, where we have Jamboree, where we had 2 leaders on site sometimes, because there was none from other troops.
Yeah, so we'll form those units. We'll look to get line leaders from those units. If there's 3 youth members from a group and no leaders from that group, we're not going to knock those kids back. We're going to put those with One Tree Hill.
What about reversed if you've got three leaders, 6 or 7 youth members from that group?
We'll look to get a balance of the leaders from the units, and I guess, yeah. So
until we get registrations, we're only guessing.
Yeah, we're guessing. That might
correct. But the balance,
there's no hard and fast.
Correct. The balance will be to try and balance everybody. But we've got to be mindful that it's not like a jamboree where you're next to New South Wales and Victoria and another South Australian contingents, 10 blocks away. We're all going to be within one camp area, so we're all going to be on top of each other anyway. So.
Yep, and then. So with these units, we're looking like, it depends on, we're kind of constrained by how many adults register, but we're looking, if you had 24, that might be 3, might need to kind of, that suck a little bit, but that might be the minimum number that we'll have with 24 scouts. But we need to find between 3 and 5 adult leaders that like each other.
Oh, no, I think
after 6 days.
3 or 5 that don't kill each other.
Yes, survival's all we care about.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's pretty much how a normal jamboree works, with the exception that we might go down to 24 in a group, because we've got, we do have the luxury of having stacks of space to draw that up. Any other questions about just the formation side of things? Nothing online?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. We also have a leader chill out zone in that one. Yeah, so yes, there'll be a leader retreat area. I think I know we've got that leader catering area, and I had visions of this level lounge up on top of that.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yes, there'll be a leader chill out zone in addition to the scout one. Yep, leaders need to attend offsite activities and controls. Yep, let's get to that. That's kind of the next slide deck. So
back to
the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
So leaders, line leaders. So we've got like a resourcing from an event perspective. We've got a resourcing requirement. We've got to get our line leaders need to take on a few different. As the adult group, we need to cover a lot of things that happen during the day. So when you're a line leader, during the day when the kids are at activities, we need to work through exactly what this rostering will be. Typically, you still need leaders keeping the home fires burning at the unit site. Now, I was a line leader at Taliban. I can't actually remember what I did during the day. But I think I was repairing my gazebo a few times. But yeah,
there'll be catering that's required for those patrols that aren't off-site.
Yeah,
So
there's a need to have some line leaders remaining at the camp. There's a need to have some line leaders providing direct support to some of their patrol members that need that support. There'll be a need to have line leaders supervising the buses to these off-site activities to start with, and then all of the different off-site activities will vary in terms of their requirement for additional leaders to fill roles. Some of those off-site activities require endorsements from a safety perspective to run, so if you're kind of out to be useful at paddling, you need to have a paddling endorsement. There's not a lot of demand for leaders that aren't paddling endorsed attending the paddling location, although you're there, you're a participant effectively. There's plenty of requirements to get these on-site activities happening, so with all of our leaders that are registered, there's only one kind of preference is on-site activities. So these on-site activities will vary between kind of needing to be qualified or other things just need supervision. So I guess we need to articulate what that will be. There might be other service tasks. There's a requirement for line leaders. They do get a tough gig to have a break and the outdoor qualified role. So we need to cover all of that. And what's next? Yeah, so how do we resource this? It's really, the more leaders we get down there, the easier, in theory, the easier your life will be as a line leader. So I would encourage you to take to your group councils, like if you've got other leaders there that are able to come down to fill these roles, and it doesn't have to be on the line, it could just be as general supervision is handy because they can run on-site activities. Make sure you're promoting it to your other leaders in your group council, so that might be your club leaders. That like JamX is something that we need all hands on deck for. Inevitably, we will be short-staffed. That will stretch. I think what we'll find, the first people to be stretched will be line leaders because they have to do these supervisor roles and they can't be on site. So definitely promote widely to get leaders in your area. You know them better than I do, to sign up for JamX and come down or get in touch and discuss how their skills could be effectively used. That's number one. We are looking at Venturers and Rovers to fill this space as well. Definitely, Rovers are very handy. We want to get them down there and acting in these non-line leader roles as much as we can. We discuss with your peers. And then the last thing on that is, so a lot of these outdoor adventurous activities do require a level of endorsement, and there's a lot of them at the moment are looking a little bit shaky on if we can run it. So an example is the cycling. So we've got like one of the better mountain bike precincts in South Australia. We've got a good deal to get 24 bikes down there, but it's looking like very unlikely that mountain biking will get up because we don't have qualified leaders that are available to come down and run that. And that's kind of cuts me up a little bit. So what I think we'll see over the next week or so, I think the Chief Commissioner is aware of that, and I think that we're going to see a bit of initiative to identify people that want to and are able to upskill, and that means maybe spending a weekend between now and the end of the year, maybe doing a little bit of e-learning, a little bit online. Who would be interested as a line leader, and feel free to kind of nominate online as well, just is there demand out there for line leaders, or is there availability for line leaders to be able to, leave aside the fact that you need to be supervising during the day, is there people that would, if offered the opportunity, upskill in various outdoor activities to help run some of these things? Is that, can I just get a show of hands so I can say, because I'm kind of pushing this, that we want more opportunities to upskill. So a good show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that's kind of, yeah, so appreciate that. And I think what it might be is we need to create a few opportunities between now and the end of the year to do that. And that means that we can have additionally qualified people to help run some of these activities. So that's a good response. So,
just on that one, what about adult registered adults that are not leaders?
Yeah, so registered adults that are not leaders. Yeah.
So we use extensively. We've got one in our group who's a female who comes in and she was down at the Wet and Wild for 2019.
Yep.
And that was previously a guy.
Yeah, so I'm happy to explore that. I don't make a comment off the cuff because I think there's, yeah, I know there's a few different rules around that, but let's hope you follow that up, because I think we do need all that help that we can get. So, yeah, and then another answer is, thanks, China. Yeah, so that was another option. That's another thing, is that we are looking at, obviously we want venturers to be in these roles as well, and I'm going to get to that as well on the next slide, the role of venturers. Yeah, so just please look for these opportunities when they're announced to upskill, because we definitely need to have people skilled. That's the first challenge we need to address. Then that might mean that as a line leader, if you've got a skilling, like if you can do the abseiling or the artificial rock wall, rock climb wall, what we might look is that you'll be rostered on during the day, maybe one of those 4 days, you might be just rolling with that rock climbing wall, and then we just need to look at providing support for your unit. But I guess we need to have the activities run, and then we need to look at how to cover you and that goes to the off-sites as well. So if you're paddling indoors, if we're short on paddling leaders, or if we're putting those paddling leaders elsewhere, maybe on a four-wheel drive, we can maybe roster one of the people out of the line to help with the paddling activity for that. Karen?
Just a question on the troop stuff.
Yep.
Sort of. If you've got kids with special needs, if we have an extra adult to help with those kids with special needs, will they be counted in our line leader numbers?
If you've got a kid with special needs, I think that's when you have a carer assigned to that kid.
Depends on severity, yeah.
Yeah, and then depends on severity. That's not necessarily a line leader.
Yeah.
So if you've got if you're a one-to-one situation,
then it's a carer, yeah.
Okay. So it's good that there's interest. So look out for that opportunities. All right. So just the last thing then before morning tea is that we can talk a little bit about venturers, and we've got China Mug online, who is going to be the venturer unit chief mug, I think. So, got what your title was. So we're looking at JamX being more than just it's a slightly different role than what the venturers do at a typical jamboree. So venturers missed out on their Australian venture this year as well. We're aware that the feedback from venturers at these major events is, yeah, happy to attend, but we also like to we want to participate more. So that's been the feedback from the venturers. So for JamX, what we're committed to is providing venturers the opportunity just to roll in venturer patrols for at least 2 days, have an on-site day, have an off-site day where you're a participant, have a bit of fun with your venturer buddies. If you're at an activity, maybe you can push the barrier a bit higher as far as the adventure goes. Maybe you can paddle a bit further if you're going paddling, if you're with adventurers. So they're more than, we view them as more than just a service leader. So we're talking about blending their role to being participants in a venturer patrol. As well, we need the help, we need the venturer help to help lead and assist activities, and also help in units as well. So that's going to be a little bit complex. We're standing up a venturer unit council to help oversee that, so I'm a youth-led councillor, and I think the call's already out there for youth members that want to be part of that venture unit council. Should have a look at the venturer Facebook page for details on that. So venturers, and the venturers, as Josh pointed out on that slide, the venturers will camp with the other venturers in their venturer units. Depending on the numbers that we get for venturers, that might be separate units of 24 to 36. If we only get 40 venturers register, maybe they're just all one unit. And then so they'll operate, they'll take care of themselves, they'll need to cook for themselves, pick up the food as they would a normal scout unit, except they're just taking care of themselves. So, and in addition to that, we're looking at ways that we can then embed some of those venturers as mentors back into units as well to help a bit on the unit lines. And so in that space, we'll see a bit more information about how that will work. But I guess the message is let's get the venturers up there, get them engaged, promote to them that they've got a good deal at JamX. They don't pay as much, and they'll get 2 days of participation at least, and then they've got their other assigned roles, which the Venture Unit Council will allocate them. And then what those roles might be, so they might be a performance arts-based venture, and they might link up with performing arts, and that can be their kind of the way they pay their dues. It might be that they've got outdoor adventure skills, and then we look to align them with an outdoor adventure skill team. So if you've got someone who's really interested in caving, has caving skills, has been on a few caving trips, maybe they roll with the caving trip with the caving team for at least maybe 2 days, or maybe even 4 days, as what they do. And if they choose that, if 2 days is best for them, maybe they stay with the caving team and even stay off site with the caving team for 2 days, then come back on site and have 2 participate days. We'll use venturers to help with the supervision. Venturers will need to have their own camp. They've got their own stuff they need to do in terms of cooking and cleaning and other camp duties. They might find themselves assisting on the scout lines as a mentor. They might be a member of the unit council. Or they might even join other activity teams like first aid. Like they might come and we might have a couple of venturers just sitting in with first aid, providing the kind of the stuff that if they're qualified. That there are things in first aid which they can be doing to help build their leadership skills. Not quite at lunch yet. I had this prepared, but it's going to be later. Thank you. There is a pub in Lucendale, so the answer to the question is yes, there is. So Yakka Park will be a dry site, like completely dry, but there'll be the ability, and it'll be different for all stuff. There'll be the ability to kind of go down to the pub, but there was this guy at the Hill dinner last night. So the normal scout rules still apply, that you can't be under the influence of alcohol when you've got duty of care for your minors. Activity staff, if they're purely activity staff, yeah, like that they knock off. Maybe they go down.
Then the line leaders is a right.
Yeah, and then it needs to be the case of the line leaders, so we need to work with that. And when you come back in, might need to evade police scouters, I don't know. But yeah, so we'll clarify what the deal is for that later. But the answer is yes, there is a pub. Yakka Park will be a dry site entirely. Yeah.
So when it was first published, the first papers around this, there was a thing with all 3 sections of Scouts, Ventures and Rovers being heavily involved in this, in the saying and the leading side for both Ventures and Rovers. And there seems to be a lower stream of information coming out for Rovers. Is there any more information that can be said on what their roles, even if it's just leaders, but they have some time to go and get some upskill as well? Because we're also a youth section, to say it's good to get some upskilling while we can at the site and while on the activities.
Yeah, so the same information has been published for Rovers as there has been for the rest of them. Rovers are quite welcome to join in as a line leader, be an activity leader. We haven't necessarily identified, we'll have patrols of Rovers rocking around doing the paddling. Not sure that's what this event will be about. But Rovers make their own fun at these things. They can come down and be an on-site activity leader. That goes from like 9 AM till 4 PM or so, and then they've kind of got the afternoon to do whatever they want. And look, if they were planned enough and thought that maybe we want to have a crack at some of these on-site activities, I'm not against Rovers doing that stuff. They need to be a bit self-organised about that though. Yeah. But yeah, we need help. So feel free to rally your Rovers, and if you've got ideas of what you want to do, feel free to send those through. Look, I was a Rover, I appreciate Rovers, we're looking forward to having them down there, so happy to facilitate what works for them. Need to sort of follow on. Yep.
Yeah. So with regards to rostering.
Yep.
It's a 4-day event. Say you've got 5 patrols or 6 patrols potentially.
Yep.
Are you envisaging that one of those patrols will be duty patrol for the entire day? Or, and then further on, how do you expect duty patrol to work at JamX?
Yeah, look, there'll need to be, you won't be duty patrol for a whole day. One of the, with the on-site activities, would probably identify, when you've got an on-site activity day, would probably identify the duty patrol might not have an activity across the kind of the 3:30 to 5 p.m. Because that duty patrol needs to go and start collecting their food and cooking it up.
Right. So you're okay. So you're saying or suggesting that duty patrol, there will be 2 duty patrols on one day at JamX.
For each unit, I'm thinking that there'll be like a unit patrol will be a duty patrol for a segment in the lead up to dinner. Yep. Is that controversial?
No, it's just experience says that getting scouts back for duty work when they're away is extremely difficult, and the logistics around that can be very difficult.
I guess the difference with this, so this isn't Talon Bend, where the difference is that like if they're not on the activities, they're probably going to be in this camp life zone, which is probably 100 metres from your camp, and I think that will make a difference. So it's not like they're in the LOR Mall, which is kind of half a day and 2 bottles of water away. I think they're going to be quite, yeah. Look, and duty patrols need to know when to come back and be on time, and that's something that you need to work with the duty patrols to be good at.
But also with the patrols going off-site.
Yeah.
2019, we were preparing early in the morning. The duty patrol was helping them prepare their lunches to take with them.
Yeah.
So getting breakfast done early, getting people to buses, getting them their lunch organised, so they could go off-site for the day. That's where the duty patrol was not rostered to that activity. So having it just rostered for the evening meal, which is the main meal, and I get that.
Yep.
I would also put that duty patrol if they're not going off-site the next day. They wouldn't be making breakfast because they're getting ready to go off-site.
Yeah, I guess our departure times are likely to be.
Well, the duty patrol will be based on their on-site activities for that day. So they do activities in the morning, and then in the afternoon they're doing their duty patrol. So virtually they're doing 1.5 full days virtually on-site activities and half a day as a duty patrol.
But that'd be morning and afternoon though.
Well, morning virtually all the activities won't start till you finish breakfast anyway, on site. On site I wouldn't see activities starting at 8 o'clock in the morning. Activities will be starting around that 9:30, so it gives scouts plenty of time. And it's not like a bus would have to go 2 hours to an activity that you've got to get a kid on a bus at 7 o'clock. I think the furthest travels for, what is it, to narrow?
Yeah, about 50 minutes. Yeah, we haven't settled on a departure time for the off-sites, and it might be that we're reusing buses, so it might be, yeah, look, one of the patrols will definitely be later, and they'll be fine. There might be one of your patrols that need to go early, and they need to be prepared. One of your patrols might need to get up, make breakfast, or do a bit of packing the night before. I don't think it's good on a 4-day camp to have one day of being duty patrol. I think we need to limit that. I think an afternoon or the last session of on-site activities for dinner is an important one. And then we just need to, and we can work through the plans to make sure that it's all going to work. But I guess that's the guiding principle, is that they're not going to have a full day of being a duty patrol.
And it's not like a full jamboree where you're there 12 days and they actually need that little break as well. You know, there's plenty of running there for, we've only got 4 days of activities anyway, so yeah. 1 day in, 4 days activities, 1 day out.
Yeah, birthday cakes. Yep.
We'll make something up.
They'll be, yeah, quite happy to support birthday celebrations and make them feel special if they have to spend their day down in JamX.
Including
leaders.
Yeah, why not? Yep. No changing in birthday. Morning tea time. Alright, so, yeah, we'll break for morning tea. We'll come maybe back here at 11 then, I think. Probably work.
So there's tea and coffee in here. There's some food down at the bottom. There's also a bit of juice. Also, 10 cents off of it.
Alright, thank you. Yep, so back in here at 11.
We need 500 for this to be viable. So we've got a long way to go. As Jared said earlier, applications officially, unofficially close on the 26th of September. What happens in the registration process? Each child or parent must register themselves. We are not doing bulk leader registrations. We just don't have time to manage that with a leader putting in 10 or 15 kids and then 7 drop out and whatever. We need that commitment from the parents. What we're asking, if they read the information, is that when you get to the payment page, cancel. If you put your credit card details in at that payment page, it will take the full 550. If you cancel, the parent will be issued an invoice for 550. The deposit, non-refundable, is $100. That's what we are asking for now. The balance is due by the 31st of October. So please get that out to your parents. We've had a couple that haven't read it and have just put their credit card details in and then panicked. In particular, I've just heard of one whose parent put in for 2 children. It's taken out nearly $1,000. That was her rent. So we're working with those ones, but we don't want to have to work with those every single applicant. So get it out there, cancel when it gets to the payments part. The child will still be registered because they've put in their member ID, they've put in their name, all of that sort of thing. But cancel at the payment section and they will get an invoice straight away. Just pay the $100 at the moment.
That's not refundable.
That's not refundable. There are things that we still have to do regardless, booking sites and activity centres and stuff that we're just not going to get our money back. We're holding off as much of those as we can until the November, December, but there are things that we do have to pay. With The venturers, as Jared's already gone through, there's the option for them to do a 2-day participation, 2-day site leader. If they are a venturer that is coming up purely as a service leader, it is the Rover Scout activity leader payment. All right, so just make sure that they're aware of that they click on the Rover Scout or activity leader button. All right.
So otherwise they're ticking it as what?
If they tick as a venturer participant, it will be the 420. All right, now that is for the ones that are doing the 2 and 2. But I know there's some sections, Jared alluded earlier that the caving section have got venturer qualified people that will be...
Yeah, so we're not necessarily doing 180 for those people.
Yeah, but there's some in entertainment that are just coming up to do entertainment, run the entertainment activities during the day, and then doing the entertainment at night. They won't be participating at all, other than running the activity section or activity site. So those ones will just be the activity leader one. All right. Any questions on registrations? Any issues you've had or have heard about parents having with the registration? No? Finance? No? I'm going to kick to Beck now, who's going to talk about what happens after the 26th of September and how we're going to manage your going with the children into patrols and their on and off-site activity preferences.
Right, hi everyone, I'm a little short for that. My name's Beck, for anyone that doesn't know. As of the closing date on the 26th of September, the plan from here will be that if the group uses Operoo, you're going to be very familiar with this, that all of those youth members and adult leaders will be loaded into Operoo. A couple of things. If you already use Operoo at your group, or that youth member already has an account, same as a leader, you'll get a request that your information is shared with the JamX team. They do not have to create a new account, it'll just be sharing the one they currently have. If they don't have an Operoo or your group doesn't use it, you've never even seen it before, don't worry. What will happen is they'll get an email that'll be requesting them to create an account. They'll proceed to put in their medical details, emergency contacts, everything from dietary to behavioural to physical or mental, everything. It kind of encompasses everything. It's a really great system. And then when they fill that in, that'll be giving the JamX team again access to be able to see those details for later. The plan with using Operoo is once we have those final numbers in, where everyone's from, all of the groups, everything like that, that's when the team will be splitting everyone into their units for on-site, which groups are with who, patrols 1, 2, 3, 4, and the leaders that go with them, the usual type of style that we see. And then what will happen is with JamX and the account that we've got is they will be listed into a group. So the leaders that are going with them will have visibility of their details and no one else's. So then essentially for those groups that do use Operoo, it's like having your scout group and a Joey unit or a Cub unit or a scout unit. And when you're a Joey leader, you have visibility of a Joey unit but not the others. Exactly the same setup. That's going to allow us to be able to break everyone into the groups that they're needed for. Through Operoo, we're actually able to do electronic e-forms for approvals for activities, which is, for those that don't know what that is, like an electronic Y4 that gets them to fill that in. We'll be able to do custom ones for the youth members that are organised and get into different off-site activities. And the off-site activities that are specific to them, they'll have e-forms created that are specific to that activity. Because their risk will be different to another off-site activity, so on and so forth. They might have a few. The really great thing about using Operoo is once we load everyone in, we have all those units there. If you as a leader and as a unit, you are able and safely able to catch up face to face as a unit and want to get to know each other, you can actually create an e-form through Operoo yourselves, manage it through there. You don't have to be doing paperwork for the Y4 specifically for that. We do have manuals already created for all of these Operoo and how you use it and everything. That's already done because we've got groups that use it now. And that's how we'll be managing your youth members and the units later as well. Yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Do you have something in place for youth that are actually not allowed to be on Operoo? So there are some youth that can't be on Operoo because of...
Yeah, that'll be a case-by-case basis because there'll be a very few amount of them. But if we already know of a young person that's in that situation, if we can get their names earlier than later, so we can have that again, that'd be great. Yeah. Now, for everybody that isn't in a unit, let's say activity leaders, we need to know everybody's medical details as we do always. But what will happen is as they won't sit in units, they will have their own team channel that will be, again, specific to them and their relevant upline that is required. Again, will only be visible to the team leader for that space. Yeah.
So you mentioned that there will be different forms for different activities. Does this mean that the Scouts will have chosen their activities prior to arriving at the JamX site?
Great question. So, likelihood is there's going to be one standard for all on-site and the base program. They will have to choose their off-site activities prior to attending. So for those, they'll be created prior to as well. But they might end up with 2, maybe 3, depending on those off-sites. So you'll have one form covering all on-site, and then for those that are able with those limited number of activities, we'll get an e-form that are specific to those off-site activities that they've registered for. Yeah, so then not everybody has to fill in like 18 different ones when they can only get to 4 of those, or only choose 4 or whatever it might be. Yeah, is that all right? Yeah.
How will that work then if somebody is not able to do a specific off-site activity and is then shunted into another one on the spot, or once we get down there?
So we're going to be there like with support on site. So if that does happen and it might be really late notice, let's say someone breaks their leg, surprise, you can't really control that too well, we can create a specific e-form for them quite quickly, yeah, if need be. Yeah. Or we might have them fill in that e-form, but likelihood is that they might do another stay on site for more activities there if that's required. Whatever it is, we'll be flexible enough to include them into it.
I'm just thinking back to the venture where there was a whole heap of risk management
quick changes
that needed to be done on the spot on opening day. And parents going away didn't have access to online information. Yeah, it was schmozzle.
All of the off-site activities will be chosen beforehand and will be allocated first, second, third preferences. So all of those forms, barring accidents or barring a child being unwell and not being able to attend, should have all been completed beforehand. It's not a last minute. I was there with you.
We'll be ready for that happens.
How are you going to manage that? Like in terms of how do we submit patrols?
No, you won't submit. Once the closing date, the 26th, after the 26th, we will then do a screen dump of all the registrations on my event, so in My Scout. We will then sort them into home groups, so if you're from Ridgehaven or Camden Park or Clovelly or wherever, we will then obviously put patrols together from your home groups. We will need to put potentially individuals that might be coming from a group that no one else is coming. We will slot them into groups, and then once that's all done, that will be sent out so that the leader knows who's in their patrol, who the other leaders are, and information will go out about off-site activities.
So you're selecting patrols?
Yes.
No.
The
child is about to kill another child.
We're selecting units.
issue, right? If you've got two children that are going to stab each other to death if they are in the same patrol, JamX at xascouts.com.au. Send it to us now so that when we do the patrols,
we'll do a draft.
We're not
so we'll put a draft out to you before it goes to anyone else. Once it's all finalised, then they will get the list of off-site activities. Everyone's been Zooming for the last 18 months. If you can't get together, get them to have a Zoom meeting to work out what their preferences are for their off-site, first, second and third. Then they will be allocated to those as best we can, with restrictions on caving is one that I know is a restricted one because of the sheer numbers that we can put through. That will then go out, all of the paperwork, the e-forms, the waivers, everything else will go out all before they even step on their buses to come down. Alright? So yes, please, if you know of an issue with children in your group, let us know now.
And don't forget, this doesn't become a conversation until we finish those registrations. You've got those young people in your groups right now that may have issues, but if you have a family that can't commit to the event, there's not going to even be an issue on site. So let's have this kind of conversation about the mixtures and where everybody needs to do, because you guys know that best once we know who's registered and you know who's coming and is committed to the event.
When will the applications for references for off-site activities happen?
After the 26th, so closing's not until the 26th. We need time then to sort out patrols, get your feedback, and then once that's all set in concrete, then the preferences will go out.
So as a patrol, they elect?
Yes. It's what is the Scout, I don't know whether it's the motto, the creed, the standard, youth-led. They need to decide what activity they're going on as a patrol unit, whatever they call themselves.
That was the thing. Are you going to form the patrols, or will you form the units and then let the units form their patrols? Or troops?
Troops. Alright, so might just say, so as a team, we met fortnightly. We haven't fleshed through like all of these, the answers to all these questions. I don't see us forming patrols. I see us forming the units. You'll get the flexibility to, as you do with the Jamboree, to form the patrols. Cool. We're not going to try and decipher which of your kids get somewhere over the others. That's a really hard job actually to figure out who goes in what patrol. So we don't know what the process will be to do the preferences for the off-site activities yet. We don't know how that's going to be delivered yet. They'll be able kind of saying, here, enter your patrols as a patrol here at some point. Definitely you'll be choosing who goes in which patrols and who patrols as well.
But they'll all be in the troop. So everyone from Ridgehaven will be in that troop, and there might be some
Friends.
that sounds better than odds and sods. Because they're an individual coming from somewhere else, and we need to put them with somewhere. Right? So, and then we'll work out how that all looks, and then how the offsite goes out to that patrol once that's decided, for them to choose their preference. Okay?
Any more questions regarding Operoo at
Still
all, or
looking.
how we're managing that afterwards?
Turn around, Jackie.
Patrols, no.
The patrol chooses their off-site and goes
will
to
be
it
together. So that patrol of 6, ideally 6 children, will go together to every off-site and on-site booked activity. Alright, so it's not patrols that are split, it'll be a troop that's split into patrols. Cost to leaders is $180. So it's $180. That is paid in one lump sum. There's no deposit for that. We'll just pay that one. No one's looking
particularly bamboozled, confused?
Admin happens to be the area nobody wants to delve into.
Yes.
Would it be possible to nominate another group to go with? I only ask.
If you've got a particular relationship with another group and you haven't got enough to fill a troop site on your own and you want to go with a specific one, JamX at sa.scouts.
Because we would prompt you, show you outside camp. It might be that actually we would then.
Anything like that, any special requests, any issues that you think may arise that we probably really need to be aware of?
Yep.
JamX at sa.scouts.com.au. We can't stress it enough. That is the channel to use, otherwise it will get lost in the ether. There's about 5 or 6 of us monitoring that email, and
or even if there's tension between two groups. Please send it over so we make sure you're together.
Yeah. Want some more that's just popped up?
Don't get receipts. Yeah, in terms of confirmation of payments, the MyScout system, as that's managing all of the finances and payments for those, you will receive an email. If you don't receive one, make sure to check your junk, just in case, because it is a system email, so your computer might go, oh, don't know about this one. If you haven't got one, please contact headquarters and we can get a copy of that receipt out to you straight away.
Yeah. Is that confirmation going to be just back to the parent, or will the leaders in the unit actually know who's applied already from their group?
That's a really great question. So, on MyScout right now, if you're a leader, you can click into your formation for your scouts. When you open that up, usually you only really open that first members tab, you know, all those coloured lines that come across, and there's transactions and this and that. One of the ones down near the bottom is called events applications. If you click on that, you will see every member in that formation that has registered for an event. That includes all of the JamX registrations. You'll see them all there. You'll see their status. It will also include any other events that they might have registered for. If there's a leadership course they've gone to, if someone signed up for a first aid course through the system, all of that will show in that one tab. So if you wanted to get an instant update of who is and who isn't registered, use that tab and you'll be able to pull that information for yourself on the spot, ready to go. Yeah. And it's up to date as of the moment that you actually click.
Previously, the events only had things that actually attended, not the planning on.
Yeah, so there's a new one there that says events applications.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the one you're looking for. Yeah, versus the events, which is like, yeah, the historical record of what they've done. Yeah, there's a new one. Yeah. And Chris needs to pay you for my scout training. Anything else? And then we've got one more.
We will meet. We will allocate a troop leader to each troop. The usual positions of quartermaster and welfare and all that will just be shared up. But if you are inclined to give everyone a position, do so. But there will be a troop leader for each unit. That'll be the go-to person.
Will there be the position of unit leaders, like there are in some groups where you have not just the patrollees but a unit leader?
That'll be for your unit.
Unit or unit basis. Yeah.
Remember, you've led adult support.
Let them decide.
Your choice. Yeah, absolutely. Alright. I mean, we're not trying to advocate, but you've led. This is training for these kids to move on into the future. We're there to support them and encourage them and...
Make your job easy.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing else? No, that's it. Cool. Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
I don't know how to use this. I'm assuming I just go forward when I need to go forward.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I'm Alison. I'm managing the medical and welfare for the event. I'm a venture leader from Gawler. I'm pretty new to the party. I think I only put my hand up for this about 3 or 4 weeks ago, so I'm doing my best, and I get the fun job of talking about gastro before lunch, so I was scheduled to go after lunch. I'm not sure if this is better or worse, so my apologies. We're still in the process of forming a team, so we're looking for some volunteer paramedics, nurses, doctors or first aiders, so if you have anyone who's looking for a job and they have any of those qualifications, feel free to send them my way. I just realised this is not the right colour scheme, so forgive me, I will run through the overview. So today I'm going to be talking about the structure of medical support services at JamX, so on a troop level, what our on-site medical support will look like, gastro and COVID. Oh, look at you. You are amazing. That took me like hours to put together. Very good. And then Kim Phillips from the branch leader for member support is going to come up and talk about what welfare and member support is going to look like at JamX. So she'll cover again what that looks like at a troop level, what we'll be providing on site, and then some tips and hints for homesickness, fatigue, morale and conflict, managing conflict.
Sorry, just a sec. Just a sec.
Okay. So ideally, I would like to see most of our medical incidents being managed at the troop level, remembering that this is not Jamboree, so we've got a lot less supports because we're not bringing in people from all over various states. So most of the things that we're hoping will come up will be quite minor and can just be managed by first aid at that troop level. The kinds of things that you might expect to see are dehydration, sunburn, cuts and scrapes, and minor burns, just what you would normally cover off on a usual camp. Prevention certainly beats cure, so things like hydration, wearing sunscreen and hats, doing some safe food practices, and then following the instructions of your activity leaders who are going to be risk managing the activities at the off-site sites. We'll get onto this with the next slide, but troop leaders are the best placed people to be dealing with most of the first aid stuff that comes up. You know your youth, they trust you. You're going to be the best people to get them back to the fun stuff quickly. If they come to the on-site station, we're going to need to be going through a whole lot more, and it's going to take the time out of the fun stuff. So if it can be dealt with you guys, that's the best outcome for everybody. I've just listed here some of the upcoming dates from my Scout. So there's CPR refreshers, a provide first aid course that's being run on the 14th of November, and a youth mental aid first aid, youth mental health first aid course. We'd really like to see at least one person in each unit troop, I'm just going to make sure I get the language right, to have current first aid certificate. There are some guidelines that we need to follow and that we will be confirming. Youth will be registering their medical information through the Operoo system, and we will have access to all of that. There's obviously guidelines about providing medication. Obviously on a 4 or 5 day camp we're going to need to be administering medication to some of the youth, and we'll need to make sure that we're following that procedure. And I'm just clarifying when we might need to complete an I-1 form versus a first aid log. But further information will come out about that. Yes?
If we do in the end have to submit an I-1, will we be submitting it to JamX, or do we still include it as normal procedure?
your job or in HQ in this case?
That will be confirmed. Yeah, haven't got that information yet. So I assume it will probably be coming to someone on site and then to HQ. But don't quote me on that at this point. I haven't confirmed that with anyone. Are there any questions about that? Sorry, I know I talk fast when.
You might just explain what an I-1 is.
Oh yeah, so just an incident management, no, reporting form. Yeah, so if you're not aware of those.
I know from the last Jamboree we had a kid who lost his scraped his knees.
Yeah.
And by the end of it we were running out of, I guess, betadine, salts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Will there be, if at a troop level we've got a lot of kids who get cut from that and we run out of band-aids, will there be a source of supply?
So we'll move on to our next. So we're hoping to have some on-site support from an event medical provider. Some of the people we've been negotiating with will have the capacity for us to refill first aid kits. So hopefully we'll be able to have that ability. That's certainly my intention, because over a long camp you can't take 600 band-aids, or I know some kids love to be plastered in band-aids, so we're going to make sure hopefully that we've got that capability. And I think both of the providers to date have indicated that we'll be able to refill the off-site first aid kits as well if we go off-site, so that will be good. So obviously I've moved on. This is the on-site medical support. So we're looking at running a bit of a hybrid model. So we'll be getting some external event medical, which might be run by St John's or other company. We haven't finalised that yet. And then that will be supported by some volunteer first aiders and some volunteers that we've already had put their hands up with professional qualifications. So I think we've got a couple of nurses and a paramedic that are committed at this point. But we will be offering a 24-hour-a-day coverage, so there'll be a rostered system. And as Jared and Josh alluded to, we will have one of the permanent structures on site, so we'll be in a fixed location. And we're also working with the local health service down there to cover off things like access to x-rays, more structured hospital support if we need to take people off site. Although, I don't know where Beck went, but I'm hoping we don't get many broken legs. So that's what we'll be running, and yes, hopefully you will be able to refill your first aid kit. Yeah.
You mentioned the Brennan gastro.
Oh yeah.
What about an isolation point for isolating a unit?
Yeah, so you're anticipating my future slide, which is good because I must have, figured out what we needed to talk about. So gastro, obviously, I just took this off the slide from AJ 2019, so if anyone went to that, you've probably seen these points before. But prevention is definitely better than cure. So we want to see some really thorough hand hygiene, that the food's kind of stored and prepared correctly. I would recommend antibacterial sprays for wiping down food prep areas, and the cleanliness of the dishwashing and the towels, tea towels. Obviously gastro's short term normally. I guess you all know what the symptoms of gastro are. So what we will need to have is some hand hygiene stations set up, which I'm assuming after COVID we're all pretty on the board with our hand hygiene, but that might be a combination of hand gel and a hand washing station. So I will talk to Jared and Orna about maybe putting together a hand washing station competition after our morning session. But yeah, so each of the individual units will probably need to work on that for their site and their campsite.
Just on the subject of hand washing, something that became obvious at our school in the last 6 months is the understanding that hand sanitizer doesn't control gastro, right? And that hand washing is really important. And we've got into the habit of hand sanitizer because of the COVID, and we really need to reinforce the hand washing.
That's right. The other thing that's really important, I guess, between the hand washing and the hand sanitizer is that recognition that hand sanitizer is not useful if your hands are dirty. You actually need to wash them. Hand sanitizer only really works on clean hands. So really reinforcing that kind of message with your kids, but yes, hand washing will control the gastro, hand sanitizer, no. So if you're worried that a kid has gastro, that's the kind of thing that you need to bring to us at the on-site medical, because we will have an isolation procedure, I guess, so whether that's a separate tent or having to lock down toilets or things like that, depending on how big an outbreak might grow. So, but yeah, any abdominal cramping or vomiting or diarrhea, please be letting us know that sooner rather than later. Don't try and manage that within your unit, because that could become very unpleasant very quickly.
The diarrhea thing, not the vomiting, we had cases of vomiting, which was not related to gastro.
Yeah, I would still, I mean, you will know if you have chuckers, but I would still probably like to know about anyone who's vomiting more than, once or twice out of excitement.
3 strikes you're out.
Yeah, 3 strikes you're out, that sounds like a good rule for vomiting. So. Any other questions about gastro? Gastro is not my favourite topic, so I'd like to move on.
You read it 2004, obviously.
Yeah, no. Alright, so COVID, which is probably the biggest thing we'll have to consider. So our practices are basically going to depend on whatever the government advice on the day is. It might include things like hand sanitising, social distancing, surface cleaning, rules about how we can prepare food, and whether or not we have to use masks. But basically, with COVID, we're just in a watch this space. So the regulations can change on a daily basis with a press conference, so we'll just be keeping an eye on that, and we'll be communicating as things get closer about what we're anticipating you might need to be doing and what those restrictions might look like for camp. The other thing that my team are considering are how we're going to manage kids that might present with respiratory illnesses. Obviously, that will form a part of our COVID event management plan that goes up to SA Health. So if we've got kids on site who are runny nose, cough, sore throat, we're going to need to manage those kids probably separately, and that may be in separate isolation tents. So yeah, that's certainly under consideration, and we're watching that.
With if the COVID management changes where we have to, like we are now, spray and disinfect surfaces that are constant touching, will there be a way to refill like spray bottles? Like I know we've got to bring hand sanitizers ourselves, but spray bottles run out pretty quickly on, for example, activity sites, as you say, if you're doing that regularly.
We're not supplying it, bring lots.
Yep. I don't just like to think, but would there ever be a need to like maybe put in that it's preferred all leaders are vaccinated, or at least all have considered?
I won't say all, I did not want to touch that. That's a question not for my team.
No, we can't have a position on that, so no.
Scouts will issue a vaccination badge.
For discrimination purposes, we can't have a position on vaccinations, so no.
That's your answer. Are there any other questions? I think it's up to Kim next, yes?
In terms of COVID, when that first hit, there was restrictions on the capacity of a tent. Does that affect Jamboree?
So we'll get back to you once we know what the requirements are at that stage.
That's right. That was just curious.
Yeah, so
it's a bit of a limiting factor.
That's right. So where are we now? We're going to have plenty of space on site anyway, so if we have to use, you won't get 6 kids in a patrol tent at this stage. But moving forward, we really don't know. But we've got plenty of space, and if we've got plenty of tentage, to split them up won't hurt anyway. Yeah.
Based on today's restrictions, this event is an outdoor event. A tent isn't considered an indoor area at the moment, so there's no restrictions on that right now. Up to 1,000 people. Up to 1,000 people at the event. It's a big tent.
But if something changes, we'll definitely let you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it would be, I anticipate it would be changing for all of SA branch, so it would even be for your local camps. So we'll be running off whatever those policies are on the day. Yeah? Did you have another question?
Oh, no.
No? Anyone else? No? I'm going to hand you over to him. He's going to talk more on the welfare side of things.
I'm not tech savvy either.
You right?
Yep. For those who don't know me, I'm Kim Phillips. I'm the branch member, or the branch leader for member support here in the branch. Been running this sort of thing with major activities since about 2004. So we are fairly well au fait with what we need to be doing. The team will be made up of 4 listening ears, commonly known as LEs. They will all be, when on duty, they will all be supporting, wearing one of these. So if you see somebody wandering around in one of these, they are actually on duty and can be approached out in the walkways or wherever you see them. So you'll get to know that fairly quickly, I imagine. We're all school tasked, we're all experienced, we have all got the youth mental health first aid course under our belts, and we keep that updated regularly. We have several other courses that we do. In saying that, we are not professional counsellors. We're like you, we're volunteers, so it's on a volunteer basis that we get these skills up. And that's why we're called listening ears rather than counsellors. We have the basic counselling skills, but we're not up to the professional standard. So there are times when we may have to gently refer these things further up the line. We will be looking for some 1 or 2 leaders to help out in the drop-in zone, and I'll talk about the drop-in zone later on. Those leaders do not necessarily have to have youth mental health first aid under their belt. They'll be just doing basic tasks like keeping an eye on what goes on in the area. We're working alongside medical for obvious reasons. A lot of what we get into welfare are people that are referred from medical. You will find, for those of you that are experienced, you'll often have a scout on your camp who is complaining of a headache or just complaining they're not well or they're very lethargic. And this is actually masking an emotional problem rather than a health problem. So they go into medical, and medical realise that they are not a health problem. They will then send them over to us, and we will work with them. If during that time a medical situation arises, then we send them back to medical. So that's why we tend to work very close together. It is 24-hour support. We'll operate a centre during the day from 9 till 9, and there will be a duty on-call listening ear for the hours in between. In all honesty, I can tell you that from the Jamboree, we did not shut the welfare area down from active leaders until 11:30, 12 o'clock at night some nights. But then it's a lot bigger event. There are a lot more issues, a lot more complicated issues. So that's why we actually worked overtime. The support we offer. As I said, we're only basic skills, so we offer a friendly, empathetic ear for all members, youth and adults. We tend to go into these events thinking, oh yes, we've got to look after the youth. We have to look after the adults. You guys have to look after yourselves. You have to look after each other. And therefore, we're there to listen to you at all times. As I said, basic counselling. We do have access to support services. We tend to link into Beyond Blue quite a bit. Also, some of the other services, we will have information that we can give a person if they want to go that next step. And we will usually, if someone chooses to go to that next step, one of the listening ears will make that approach with them so that they don't do it, don't have to go through that alone. Because for a youth member, making that first step up into that area can be quite frightening, almost as frightening as the experiences that they are going through. And that's why so many of our youth do not take that step. And of course, then that leads to a lot bigger problem. We'll have a quiet area within the drop-in zone where kids can come and just veg out, and leaders can come and veg out. There are those times when you reach screaming point and you just need to go to a quiet place just to calm down. As I said before, we are working in line with medical, but we also work in line with the troop site. So if we have someone come to us with a problem, we will contact a leader from the site to say that we've had this particular scout through the system. We may not go into details, maybe just a quick overview so that you as a leader know what you can do to support that child after they've been through with us. I think most of us experienced leaders will know most of these issues. They're all listed there. Homesickness. This is 6 days away from home. There will be homesickness. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. You may not have experienced it on a weekend camp, but you will get it for this length of time. Fatigue, what we call the 3-day syndrome. They come in, they're excited, they're all gung-ho, and they go full bore for 3 days. Then they hit the brick wall. And as leaders, we actually get the leaders at that point say, I can't handle my scouts. I need a break. I need a holiday. Can you recommend a cruise somewhere? Well, sorry, we won't be recommending cruises. I don't think we'll be cruising for a long time. Stress. There is stress amongst the youth today, as we know. They're all dealing with COVID, just the same as we adults are. There will also be stress amongst you, the line leaders. You're trying to get this all together. It's not working, there's problems, and at the end of the first day, you already want to pack up and go home. So these are things that you need to be aware of. Inability to cope, linked with stress, or maybe it's just linked with the inability of a person being thrust into a position that they've never done before and they just don't think they can do it. So they need to be helped along. Conflict. At the Jamboree, we were dealing with conflict amongst leaders before the kids arrived. So by that stage, we were ready to pack up and go. It happens. Recommendation is that we all must bear in mind that we, as Scout members, have promised to be supportive of each other. We've promised to be tolerant of each other. So that's something to keep in the forefront of your mind. Whenever a slight disagreement arises, step back and think about it. Bullying. It still exists and we need to deal with it. Pre-activity baggage. Now this is probably where we got the leaders coming in on day one. People have lives outside of scouting. And sometimes they have some real problems. It may be in their workplace. For the youth, it may be at school. It may be on the home front. 2004, we actually had 2 leaders come to us through the Jamboree. They had phoned home and they were not returning home. So that's a big issue. What you bring on board with you is there, and you are dealing with it whilst you're dealing with the pressure of this activity. So just be aware of that. Behavioural issues. We've all had that scout, or maybe 1 or 2, in these days some troops have got 3 or 4, scouts that have behavioural issues. And it is not easy, and it does cause stress amongst the leaders. It also causes stress amongst the other youth. So that is something we will be tackling. Differences and abilities. You may have somebody in your troop that has a disability, and maybe the other scouts in the troop are not overly accepting of it. This is something that has to be dealt with. We are inclusive all the way through. Anybody who's different. A scout with 1 brown eye and 1 green eye can actually stick out like a sore thumb. And people comment on it, and they do feel about it. They do have feelings. They do feel rejection. It can be something just as simple as that, or it can be something a lot more major. Prevention in the troop. This is where you guys come in. I step back here. I get it when you can't resolve it. Encourage the buddy system from square one. Even when you're making contact before JamX, encourage them to buddy up. Somebody who is going to be watching them. I'm going along, I've got a buddy. I know my buddy's not doing too well today. So I ask the question, are you okay? Or if I'm concerned, I go to my troop leader and say, look, I'm a little bit concerned about so-and-so. I don't think they're doing too well. Buddy system is very important. Keep them to a routine, but ensure that everybody knows the routine. You have that scout who comes along and doesn't know where they've got to go, where they've got to be, what am I doing today, can I go here, can I go there? That confused scout is going to wear down very, very quickly, both themselves and they're going to wear down their leaders. So be aware of that. Keep a good routine so everybody knows exactly what they're doing and when they're doing it. Ensure all keep to a nightly curfew and get ample sleep. This is very important. Have your set time. Work out with your youth members beforehand. This is the agreed curfew time. This is when we're all going to be back on site, perhaps for supper. Okay, and this is when we're going to be in our tents, lights out. And make sure the message gets across that if someone goes to sleep early, the rest of the people must keep the noise level down so that the sleepers can actually get to sleep. A little bit of care for each other. Pace individuals according to their abilities. We all have different abilities. We can't always keep up with the top marker. Sometimes we lag behind. Be aware of that without being judgmental. Encourage the other scouts to help the ones that are lagging behind, to help them. There is no embarrassment in being unable to do something and asking for help. Keep an eye or an ear open for behavioural changes. Now, I've only listed a few here. There are lots of things. And I don't expect leaders to be running around watching each kid 24 hours a day to see if there's any difference in their behaviour. You'll spot it, especially as you know your own scouts. You may have a problem if you've got someone in your troop that you are meeting for the first time. But generally speaking, you know your scouts. And you know how they normally react in a situation. Things to be very careful are individuals becoming extra aggressive in their handling of other scouts, or becoming introverted where they've actually been fairly mixing in with people beforehand, but suddenly now they're not. So you need to watch out for that. Avoiding meals. That is something you're probably all aware of from weekend camps even, or previous jamborees. Some scouts sort of go off their food and do tend to avoid meals. Check them out, make sure that they are coming to meals, make sure they are eating properly. Scouts, or even adults, who avoid eye contact when you want to speak to them directly. This might mean that they are not feeling very with it, or that they're a little bit down in the mouth, they're depressed, whatever. These are just signs that you are looking for. Regular absence from troop or activity. The last Jamboree, we've had scouts that were coming into the drop-in centre every day. The question arises, if they're coming in nearly every day, aren't they getting to their off-site activities? Aren't they going to activities? And if not, why not? It needs to be checked out. Anything that is unusual, as I said before, you know your scouts, look for those items that are unusual and check them out. First step support in the troop. You just went through that. Okay, that's going to be one. Yeah. Encourage the buddy system, as I've said. Use the ROK system. Most of you would have come across Are You OK Day and other things like that. Use it. Asking somebody if they are okay, you may not get an answer. They might shrug their shoulders and say, I'm fine. But if you suspect that they're not, follow it up. Listen to issues without judgment. Get both sides of the story. As listening ears, that's one thing that we learn right from square one, is we have to listen to everything without any form of judgment. We may not agree at all with what the person is saying, but we don't show that. We let them talk. And sometimes in the role that we work in, we let them use their language. Now, it may not be polite, but we don't make judgment. We just let them talk. When they're talking, once they've talked it out, you might find that then they calm down. They've got it off their chest. Suddenly, they have found somebody who is going to listen to them, which is your first step in any situation. If you're not hearing what they're saying, then you're not going to be able to help them. And that is the reason why we're called listening ears. Encourage them to speak freely. Sometimes they will hedge around the subject because they think, well, if I say that, I might be seen in a bad light. No, encourage them to speak freely. Don't dictate solutions. Don't say, oh, well, you should do this, this, this and this. That's not what they've come to you for. They've come to get it off their chest, so let them talk. When it comes to a solution, we like to encourage self-solution. Bring the conversation round to a point where they say, oh, I suppose if I tried this, it might work. They're starting to work through the problem themselves. They've got rid of the anger and they're starting to work for a solution that they have ownership of. Encourage troop members to be constantly supportive of each other. The old, I go back in scouting for, well, too long to remember, but the old words brother scout, sister scout. We need to be supportive of each other. We may not particularly like the person that we're working with at the time, but we have to put that aside and be supportive. Encourage them to have involvement in the activities and the troop decisions. And as you put your troop together, and it is the way we do our program these days is, as we say, youth-run, youth-led. Encourage that even more in the very decisions that they make every single day. How are they going to dish up breakfast? How are they going to dish up the evening meal? Just even the little decisions can give somebody a feeling of being part of the team. Again, I can't emphasise, don't ignore the unusual. And we know that there are youth members who do things just to seek attention. You know your scouts, you know those ones that do that on a regular basis. Don't take for granted that everything that's brought up in front of you is just seeking attention. There may be something behind that that needs to be dealt with. If you've got to a point where you are tearing your hair out, or for those of you that don't have hair any longer or won't have hair by this stage, you're just scratching your head, encourage them to come down and speak to a listening ear. You may actually bring them down if that's what is needed. Drop-in zone. We will run an area 9 in the morning till 9 at night. For those that, raise your hand if you were at the Jamboree. Did you ever visit the drop-in zone at that Jamboree? You did? Okay. Somebody did. Are you asking the question?
No.
Oh. We call it the drop-in zone, and our listening ears through the hours of 9 till 9 are actually based in there. Our administration is based in there. That's where we work from. There will be a number of round tables, just a couple, where people can come in, sit down and chew the fat. There'll be a brew boat where we can serve them up with a cup of something, tea, coffee, Milo. Normally it's a help yourself, but unfortunately due to COVID it will have to be manned. Somebody will have to serve them, and then they take their drink to the table and they sit down. There will be a number of small game type things that they can be doing there. The idea of those are to get the person to relax. They're doing something with their hands. They will talk to you more freely. If they're sat at a table, eyeball to eyeball with you, that's uncomfortable. So we get them perhaps a card game or Ludo or whatever is on the table. They're busy doing that with their hands. They are relaxing. The conversation may start with the activity they're doing on the table and then actually move out to the issue that they've brought to the tent. It's not just for people who have issues. We have people come in and just enjoy a quiet cup of tea or a cup of coffee and just time to mix with other people and to relax. And it's a quiet zone where they can just get away from the general hustle and bustle of activities when things start to get a little bit on top of them. We are trying to organise to have a DVD on from about 7:30 each night. We know that there's entertainment. Some youth members just don't want to go to loud entertainment and they will seek a quiet place. They'll come down and they'll watch the DVD. We have a ZZZ zone. One of the ones that we often get from medical are those that are just absolutely exhausted. And this goes back to your day 3 syndrome. They've hit the brick wall and they're just not coping. They've gone to medical and they feel a little bit sick, off colour, whatever. They come to us and relax. It may be that we assess that they're just so tired. We send them off to a corner where there's a camp stretcher. Not the most comfortable camp stretcher, but they go off and they get a couple of hours sleep. When they wake up, we give them something to drink, have a little chat with them, and the difference is often amazing. We have a different child who's from the one that has come into the tent to the one that's going out. So the ZZ zone does get utilised. We'll probably only have 2 camp stretchers. So don't send us all of your scouts to sleep the day through because we've only going to have 2 stretchers.
You might find Jared and me taking
Oh no, we'll put you under the table. And we will be running to a COVID safe plan. That is important. I think we're going to be so sick of COVID safe plans by the time this is over. We won't want to deal with it ever again. Last word. Try to relax as leaders. Try to encourage your scouts to relax. Have a sense of humour. right? Okay, sometimes the sense of humour I hear gets a little bit rough. Okay, if it's helping you get over a hump, so be it. Use your imagination. Encourage the scouts to use their imagination. Think outside the square. How can we do things differently that just make things really terrific? Something different that we'll remember when we go back home. Hug your teddy bear. I was actually going to bring my original first stress bear that I had in 2001 when we did the jamboree then. Unfortunately, I forgot. I went to go out the door and I couldn't open the door. The front door wouldn't open and the back door wouldn't open, and it looked like I wasn't going to be here. Just a little bit of stress. And if you're struggling, this is very important. If you are struggling, speak up. Speak to someone. Speak to another leader on the troop side, or come and see us. And that ends the session.
Got some questions, Kim?
Yes, I agree with that, but we will have one of our leaders is quite experienced with autism. Yes, under the table.
No, Jared and I got that spot.
Oh. Well, we won't have as big an area this time as we've had at the jamboree, so just be careful. You've still got to have social distancing under the table.
Not a very big table.
Anything else?
No, that's all.
I've got one for Alison back to talking about respiratory symptoms.
Oh, yeah.
With lots of young people have asthma type symptoms when they get stressed, so recognise the difference between an asthma attack and respiratory systems may be a bit problematic.
Yeah. That's why we're hoping to have our professionals at the medical station so that you can bring them to us. And yeah, obviously if a child has asthma, you should know that as the line leader, and you would you will have medication for that child. So yeah, following their asthma management plan. And
yeah, I'm just highlighting the fact that you talked about COVID safe.
Yeah.
COVID, respiratory symptoms.
Yeah.
And referring those people off quickly. One had to recognise the difference, but other people may not.
You're right, yes.
And youth members may not.
Yeah. I think...
especially in a blend of troops, units from different groups.
Yeah, it's funny. I obviously work, like I said, at a health service and watching people with the whole respiratory symptoms thing. The person with the respiratory symptoms is always going, it's not COVID. And the person that doesn't have the respiratory symptoms is always going, yeah, COVID test. So yeah, so it's a bit, yeah, it's something we'll obviously need to keep an eye on. And it is going to be tricky because some things obviously look like COVID and aren't COVID. And COVID looks like things that, so.
Right, that's lunch, guys. So thank you thank you, Alison.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep, lunch is outside. I think there's ham, cheese sandwiches. Not sure what the plan is for dietary requirements. Hopefully you indicated that.
Lettuce.
And then I guess a time to come back. I think we maybe aim for 10 past and see how we go with that. Yep, alright. So we're outside.
Stream can hear you, by the way. Say hello to the stream. Hello, stream.
How many on?
There's not many now. There were like 15 or something earlier. Or 6 at the moment.
September. I'll let you know when, because we don't know.
We got up to 15. So it's worth going to.
It looks good. Looks like we're super organised.
Considering it was free, it was worth doing.
Zero effort on me.
It's about $2,000 worth of production.
Oh, like that. What's that? Shake that.
We had, so when they changed it, we didn't want to change the t-shirt.
The same colour.
Well, the thing was, people were beginning to recognise the polo. For us to change it, but now we just have the
Just as we kick off, I might just grab a little photo so I can kind of stay on the JamX Facebook page with all of us leaders here. Yeah, I mean, you don't want the photo taken. Yeah, put your mask on.
You've been in line for the photo the whole day. You've been in line for the photo the whole day. There's a camera right there.
Yeah, but it's
I'm behind me down our line. I've been in front of you the whole day.
Have a look at anyone masks. You know what? Otherwise, I'll. Right, so smile.
Just draw one on.
Yeah, thank you. Perfect. Right, so the outflow session is then. We got Lorna who's going to bring it home with a couple of sessions. You want to get to go home?
Cool. I won't.
Big clap for Lorna.
Yeah. I definitely won't take long. There'll be plenty of questions, guaranteed. Okay, logistics, transport. All transport at JamX will be via coach. So all the kids will get transported there. We won't have all the leaders there on the buses. It'll be a bit like Taylor Bend, where some of you will take trailers down to the site. Unit leaders will be contacted where we will pick up and drop off, and there'll probably be some bus sharing. Pick-up will be on the 4th of January, so that hopefully most of the buses will come through early morning, so it gives you plenty of time to set up, and the departure will be on the 9th of January, and hopefully that'll be, depending on where you are, early morning or afternoon. We encourage the scouts and the leaders to organise their own meals for the journey, because some journeys will only be 4 hours, so it'll only be one quick trip. But unless there will be a bus from Port Lincoln, so we'll work something out with those guys along the way. But in most instances, bus trips will only be anywhere between 4 and 6 hours. Encourage you just to take a meal or a lunch or whatever. And in some instances, there will be personal travel. So please send an email to jamx@sa.scouts.com.au, and because there will be some instances where there will be personal travel, we're trying to discourage it, but some people might take the opportunity to move on from there and go on holidays, or they might be on holidays down there already. Getting your gear there. Each group will be sending scouts. We'll need to organise their gear for the event. So that goes to where
we were talking about before, if you prefer to be with another group to share your equipment, please send us an email. We'll try to marry you up. We'll try to marry up groups that are from a distance to groups that are closer that have the gear to help set that up as well. For long distance group, we'll have the site open for some of the groups to come in on the 3rd of January, the day before. And if you feel like you need to do that, please send us an email and we'll work around that. But we're trying to encourage you all to get in on the same day. But for long distance guys that have to pull a trailer for 8 hours, 10 hours, we're happy that they do that the day before because they might get in too late. You will need to bring all your camping essentials to cover the unit's needs. In some cases, groups may need to work together to share their gear. Units will need to provide their own esties, the whole food for at least a day. I had a couple of days there, but where the queue stores based on pending numbers, what's likely going to happen, I'll get onto that in catering, but what's likely going to happen is your duty patrol will pick up their dinner in the afternoon, which will have their breakfast and lunch for the next day. All right? So, and please make sure you don't overload your trailers, especially at Christmas time, and especially going down that way. Police are usually heavy on it, and make sure they're roadworthy. You'll also need to bring your own gas. Gas won't be supplied. So usually you got 30, 40 scouts over a weekend, you wouldn't use 9 kilo of gas unless you're using hot water services. That usually chews it up quite dramatically. So it won't be supplied. In the event that you do happen to run out, we'll try to work something out because there will be a swap and go. I think in Narraport, there's a servo in Narraport that somebody will be able to go and do that, but we please just try to make sure you've got enough gas for that period.
Probably worth loading the limits on carrying gas as well. You only have two gas.
Yeah, two should get you through for the 6 day. 2 9 kilos should get you through. No problems for that day.
Make sure they're full.
Sorry?
Just make sure they're full.
Yeah, make sure they're full. And if you're using gas hot water, that's where you're going to get yourself. You might get yourself into a little bit of trouble. All right, but I don't. But usually the 2 9 kilos should get you through pretty easy. And all scouts, when we move in on the 4th, it's really expected that the scouts set up their camp. Not that the leaders get in a couple of hours early and got 90% of it done for them to rock in. It's part of the 6 day adventure to set up your camp. You will have a rough idea of what your equipment's like. I encourage you to get your scouts to try and draw up a plan and see how the plan works when you get there by putting your gear up. You will have the opportunity, the sites will be big enough for you guys to leave your trailers on site. Not your cars, of course, but in most instances, at Taylor Venue, they allowed us to have one, but I'm pretty comfortable if you do have the second trailer, you should be able to fit that on site quite easily as well. So that helps with your pack up, and it also helps with the logistics of traffic movement at the end of the jamboree. That if you've got your trailers all ready to go, we can just get a cart. You just have to swing your car in, whack it on, and away you go. All right. Questions? All good?
You talked about catering separately.
Sorry?
Talking about catering separately.
Yeah, it's coming right up.
Thank you.
Scout gear, approximately 90 litres. There's 90 litres of wheelie bin. That'll wheelie bags. Yeah, see what JamX has done there already. We will provide a gear list, not too different to many jamborees or camps. We'll encourage some clean clothes, even though they mightn't wear them. But having water activities there's always that friendly persuasion to put them in the water. And if all the gear can fit inside their bags, because in most instances when we're talking about 50 to 60 seater buses, there's limited space in the bottom. So, and in some instances you might want to take a box or something of gear from that you'll take yourself. That'll give you the opportunity to whack a tub or two into the bottom of the bus as well. And that ensure all the gear is labelled. The scouts have got their names and their sites on it. You'll get your site numbers and all later on when it comes through, but please make sure that they've got them tagged. Otherwise, the op shop down at Lucendale's going to have a shitload of gear. There was no questions on that. That's pretty straightforward. Catering. Q-store, as you've seen on the plan, will be in a pretty central location and close to most of the campsites. The Q-store will be the same layout as the order sheet. So Darren's organising his order sheet, so you guys will place your order of how many you require of what, because sometimes you don't need everything, sometimes you might need a little bit more. So that way, when the kids walk through, the idea is only to have the youth go to the Q store, only your duty patrol, no leaders. Get the youth in there, get them to experience what it's like to go through, make sure they got everything. If they make a mistake, they're going to have to beg and grovel to Darren and his team to get the other stuff. So the shopping list will be prepared by the youth or whoever the duty patrol is, and the unit leader. They'll just sign it off, give it a tick to say, yeah, they've got everything they need on there. There will also be on the order sheet to stipulate that there'll be a special diet requirement on the top as well. So they make sure that they tick that special diet requirement, so when they go through, they won't forget to pick up their diet, their special diets. We're encouraging the fruit and veg to be collected in bulk, and encouraging kids or scouts to bring their own buckets, boxes and bags to try and be a little bit more environmentally friendly. Q-store probably will be open for about 4 hours a day, and that'll be in the afternoons and leading up to dinner, and there will be a small shop to collect milk and ice, etc. after hours. So ice will be available, but depending on how hot it is and how much product that we have, but having the Q store not too far away, we wouldn't deem that you'd need to store too much, except maybe a bit of sliced meat, a bit of milk in your Eskies overnight. Youth engagement, so we're really encouraging for the youth to go to the Q store. Do that the new lead and assist. Youth to prepare the shopping list. Darren and the team, they're going to have some taste testings for the following day on the meal options. So when the scouts go back, when you're discussing what you want to make, you'll have a list of ingredients, but what you make out of those ingredients will depend entirely up to your unit. Darren is organising some cooking demonstrations outside Q stores, so show the kids how to produce a few products. And he's also going to run a competition for the best meal photo. So once they do a bit of a gourmet chef sort of thing, and then their team will judge that, and they might be pleasantly surprised on what they might get for dessert one night. And encouraging youth to invite Q store members to attend their meals. So if they think they're going to cook a good meal, it's a good way to bribe the Q store's in having a meal. Also encouraging green waste to go back to the Q store. So instead of all the food scraps and all this laying around in the bin and all.
So with that photo competition you mentioned earlier, so are the youth bringing phones along and using that?
No. leaders will take the photos.
Thank you. That was quickly controlled.
Thank you. We might have a digital camera at Q Store that you can run down and take something and take it back.
Thank you, that says
something to worry. Cool. And there'll be recipe sheets for ideas on what you cook with those ingredients.
Have we got a recipe, a menu plan as such overall?
We do. I'll come up to that. There is a rough draft at this point in time, but that's definitely subject to change.
Just quickly on the green waste, are you expecting us to have multiple bins and then bring the green waste back to you, or is it just that we'll have to split green waste, that sort of stuff?
Darren, thoughts?
Yeah, it's a thought bubble at the moment, exactly how that's going to work.
Right.
Yep. Watch this space.
Yep.
Likewise with recycling, because that was a huge problem.
Yeah, I think we've got the opportunity to recycle down there.
It's a work in progress. Yeah.
It's work in progress, yeah. So it's something we're trying to encourage, so it's something we should try to promote as well.
Yeah, sustainability and responsible waste is high on our priority list.
Yeah. All good? Special diets. Can't emphasize enough how important it is to get your information right on Operoo, because that'll stipulate what the catering team need to have for the special diet requirements. You can send an email to JamX to confirm, but don't send your priorities of what your kids and all need on JamX. That's not what it's for. It really needs to be on Operoo. Once it's on Operoo, we've got it there that we can ensure that whoever requires the food requirements, that they've got it. And we encourage all units must take consideration on how to store, cook and serve these meals to avoid cross-contamination. And ensure that if you've got someone with egg allergies or dairy allergies, or just to make sure that most of you that have scouts like that anyway, you would be doing that on your camps anyway. So, and these will be provided at the Q Store. So once again, we'll have it on the order sheet, so we can just make sure that you tick it off. So there is a draft menu, if you can read that. But in most instances, what the catering team's trying to encourage is there will be a whole heap of ingredients, and there'll be at least 3 or 4 different meals that you could cook out of that, or if you're creative, you could cook a dozen meals out of that. It's entirely up to you. We also got to realise that having lunch has got to be a takeaway sort of lunch, because half your troop will be off-site, so they need to prepare some sort of lunch for the next day. Except for the first day, the team look like we're going to have hot dogs, which is quite nice. Yeah, so as you can see, yeah, there will be. So how that eventuates, but realistically it'll be the ingredients to cook a couple of meals. It won't be like, okay, here's your meal, this is what you're having tonight. You do what you deem is right. And it gives the scouts an opportunity, because as the catering team will prepare, they'll be doing some cooking there and some tasting. So the scouts are going to say, oh geez, I like that. We might cook that tonight on the barbie. Catering for line leaders, mainly for the activity leaders. There will be caterers. We do have the activity leaders, not so much the line leaders, but the catering leaders. There will the activity leaders. There will be a meals tent catering for them. There will be a drop-in centre for the leaders, so they can go in and have a cuppa. But there'll be a few more details on how we do that as we move forward. We also encourage that if you, as an activity leader, want to go and have dinner with your troop or with your scouts, feel free to do so. There'll be plenty of food in each meal to do that. That's it. Questions? Nothing? Good.
Stream.
They're pretty straightforward. Will the religious diet options show up on Opera thinking halal and kosher? I think they do, yeah, they do. Yep. And then that's just another way of cooking. Some of you that have Bangladeshi scouts will definitely know the difference of how to cook and how not to cook. But remembering it's only a 6-day camp, which will make sure that there will be plenty of food. We're encouraging the scouts to do much of the preparing, the ordering, the planning, the meal planning. And nobody will starve, guaranteed, and nobody will miss out on a bus. So, yeah, that's all I have. Cool.
I got a couple other points, but any kind of questions on catering and food?
Yep. Please flick them through. You can, if you've got questions, just email JamX. We'll answer them pretty quick.
Just the logistics of moving a couple of trailers down there, that takes a couple of litres on buses. How many litres do you expect us to have?
Well, we're currently working with Link SA at the moment because their options of their experienced leader drivers, because they have, most of them drive school kids, take school kids, so you won't need the 1 to 8, if that makes sense. We might only need 2 leaders on a bus, all right? So that's one of the advantages of going with Link SA. So that's what we're negotiating at the moment.
What time will the site when do you expect the site to be open on force so the leaders can get in with the kids?
Virtually from, I'd say, as sun starts to come up.
Can the leaders come in second or third?
But
not really. The fourth would be preferred, but we potentially could get people in on the third if we need to.
We should have the opportunity to get some of you out on the third day. We try to encourage everything on the fourth just because of the traffic component, but we know there's going to be a need for some of you to get in on the third, especially when you're travelling from a bit more of a distance, especially depending on how many leaders and all you have for your troops. We'll work with you on what's best.
Yeah.
Right? But we can't get everybody coming in on the third, then it just adds complexity for also the catering and all that, because we'll need to understand who's there for the third, unless you sat down to the pub and have a meal at Lucenvale.
Yeah, we'll have machinery and things moving around the site, so we'll publish an open time, probably in the afternoon of the third. BYO dinner.
It was a reply. Last Jamboree, going from activity sites, we had a minimum of 2 adults on the buses.
Yeah, and you'll probably have 2 buses, 2 leaders or so on each, but I would envision there'll be 2 leaders, or there even might be some activity leaders that aren't associated with a troop but are transporting over as opposed to driving.
I'm asking this question in anticipation of my scouts asking if their leaders are going down, can you go with leaders in there?
No. It's part of the experience to hop on the bus and the journey, because half the time the best part of the Jamboree is the journey there and the journey back. Especially when you've left one in the toilet at a rest stop. There will be ice, but there won't be ice makers. There will be ice to top up eskies as required, yes. Cool. All good?
If the have each site got power, and could you run car fridges too?
Has each site got power?
Yes. We would encourage you to use 12 volt if you can, but there is power, yes.
Yeah, I guess we do see it as an unpowered camp.
Yeah.
And try to encourage that for kids as well, because in a jamboree you don't have that luxury, you're only running 12 volt.
Yeah.
And the power's there to at least help you charge things up.
Yeah.
So I've got just a couple of other things. I think Josh just mentioned something on rubbish that just reminded me. So at AJ 2019, as a unit, we a couple of our marquees weren't in very good condition at the end of AJ 2019. So I kind of bundled them up and chucked them on like a massive big rubbish pile that was there. On reflection, and I think Josh gave me some feedback that wasn't an ideal thing to be doing. So
we picked up on it.
So I suppose it's a bit of pack it in, pack it out. Obviously there'll be rubbish services there, but don't just leave that mess for somebody else to pick up, because this time on JamX, that person has to deal with that might be me.
It will be.
So that was one point. And then the other point, Josh, I was hopeful that I said just I pinged you on Teams, just to put up, there was a question before about entry requirements that we didn't cover off on the earlier session, so I thought I might just reflect on that, just to spin you back. There will be power, so that will power your CPAP machines.
I'll just say quickly on power, so if you have specific requirements for power, you let us know about them so that we can service those.
On the JamX page, just the entry.
Again, we prefer that you are self-contained, and it is like a normal jamboree. It's not a powered camp, and it should be as unplugged as possible, but we can cater for power requirements if we need to. What I don't want to see is power cables going all over the place. So if you let us know, at least we can work out power runs and things like that for you.
So youth entry requirements are coming out there, and somebody asked before about the entry requirements. So we have put down, so milestone 1. So milestone 1, like if you're running a youth program, youth members should be ticking over their milestone 1 in about, 3/4 of a year. So I guess we're looking to have scouts that have been in the scout group for at least 3/4 of a year. So if they're not up in your scout unit yet, they're probably not going to be starters for JamX. So milestone 1 shouldn't be that hard to achieve if you've got a good program running over the course of 3/4 of a year to a year, I think is what they say. The other things that we had around the OIS stages, I guess I'm just sharing kind of the rationale behind that, is that we do say OIS camping stage 3, we want to have youth members to be capable, and at the end of the day, you guys are going to be the ones that wear the pain if your youth members are constantly not knowing how to wash up or leaving dirty dishes on the table or not kind of with the program on how we're going to work. So it was OIS camping stage 3, it was OIS bushwalking stage 3 as well. Look, that's just a bit more about resilience, so that's got a 6-hour walk that is a requirement for OIS bushwalking 3. Not that we'll be doing 6-hour walks at JamX, but I guess we just need resilient kids, because a hard day out, there's off-site activities, they are hard work. You want to make sure that your youth members that you get there are resilient enough to be able to have a fun time.
I would also say that they may not walk a 6-hour walking journey, but they're on their feet from the time they get out of their tent in the morning, sometimes before 7 a.m, and they're not back. They do a lot.
They'll normally average 10 to 20,000 steps.
Yeah. And so it's not that Orna and myself aren't going to be cross-referencing lists with who's achieved their milestone 1 and their OAS requirements. It's actually you guys as leaders, it's your utility to help encourage your kids to kind of participate in the achievement pathways, and it's also your utility to kind of show that to parents and just say, well, look, this one's not for him. maybe next one. So don't think that Laura and myself are going to be like looking at that.
And same with camping.
Yeah.
The 5 nights camping. We know with COVID the last couple of years that if you think the Scout's capable and they haven't achieved those components, you guys are the ones that are looking after them on site level. We don't have an issue to ring a parent and say come and pick your child up, but you're going to realise it's going to have the impact for you guys back when you get back to your Scout groups. So just be mindful. The reason there's a minimum requirement is so it gives you guys the opportunity to say, hey, this Scout's not ready to go. Right.
Yep, and then the other 2 things on there. So the approval from the event co-directors, that's Honor and myself. Not that we're going to get to know every single kid, but that's like if you're having a hard time explaining that to a parent that this youth member isn't going to go, and you need somebody that has a bit more, I don't know, external or a bit more horsepower. That's probably more so Honor than myself. Yeah, so that's just your way. Like if you need a hand to have that conversation with parents, Honor and myself are happy to kind of use that clause, I suppose, if you like to. If you feel it's in the best interest of that kid for that kid to be excluded, and perhaps the parents aren't on the same page with that. So that and consent obviously from parents and guardians, and there might be a bit of complexity in some complex families around that. But we'll deal with that on a case by case basis.
But realistically, if you had a couple or someone off the street start in term 1 or term 2, by the end of this year they should be eligible. Really in a year you should have that criteria completed in a year. If the Scout started this term, and they've come off the street, you probably go and no. But if it's a cub that's excelled and got the grey wolf, you can probably be saying, yeah, I'm quite comfortable on sending them over or taking them with me.
Is that even if they've only just like come up with like?
No, well, you'd want at least if they come up this term and they're getting right into the program and they're helping with the leads and the assists and you feel comfortable that you're not going to have a problem with them, by all means. We've got to realise it's only 5 nights, 6 days. It's not a whole 12 days, so we've got to bear that in mind. But we also got to bear in mind that the Scout's going to enjoy it, but also the leader doesn't have to babysit them.
Sorry, a quick question. Our $180 fee that we pay as leaders, how much of that goes as a contribution to our food? I was trying to think, if we had a child that needed a one-on-one support worker with them, quite often they come to camp and nobody pays for them. So,
yeah, big different for events. I've had to take a carer on 2 jamborees. They've had to pay the full fee. Yeah. So,
in terms of, so the true cost of a leader being on there, covering meals and their share of accommodation is about $250. Yeah. So that's kind of the true cost of an individual being not an adult, kind of not kind of enjoying things. Not enjoying activities. It's $250, but it's a certain kind of discount that for $180 is the best.
So we've got, say someone says, well, my child, we say to a parent, your child needs to bring a support worker.
I think it's $180.
Yes.
Yep.
And then the carer
well spent to get a carer to support a child.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And some of them, if they've got NDIS funding, some of them can get payment through that.
Correct.
So get in early and get them to check their funding to see if they can.
And I'm led to believe we need to have them registered as a parent holder.
Yep.
Yep. They need to be registered and have the police clearances.
So that's the A2 with the National Police Check and
what's not on there is the age thing, and I was a bit concerned about that because we could potentially have a youth member who is over 15 years of age, eligible to go to Pinterest, and for whatever reason hasn't decided not to go to Pinterest, lining up to go to this one.
If they can go as a venturer. We're allowing venturers going to JamX to be a venturer, and if they choose not to want to do any of the kind of activity leader stuff that we said before, they can participate for the 4 days, and that's essentially the same as a 15-year-old scout going there. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to draw a line saying 15 years, because it's a case of working out what's best for the youth member. Are they best in the venture camp, or are they best for the youth member in the scout camp? So that's why it doesn't make sense to have an upper limit on the scouts. When it comes to venturers, I know there's 18-year-old venturers, but I think policy says that 18-year-old venturers, they also expire at the 31st of December as well. So I don't think there'll be a lot of 18-year-old venturers on this.
Well, I'll get into that point because they only get deregistered, usually someone like me gets deregistered at the start of the following year. So I think if they are true, if they, no, I won't miss it, but if they're going to attend JamX and they've got their registration and their police checks, we could definitely keep them registered. If that's something you've got to work with, keep them responsible after the event, because as long as they're police checked and stuff, they can still class as youth member.
Okay. We'll touch on that one. Anything else, Scott?
Around the box again, Jared. Just other way. Yeah.
If you do have questions, please.
Yeah, that was actually we were going to ask that about. Access.
So, we're not going to have public phones for youth members to use. I think we might not have had that conversation.
Oh, that's right.
So,
well, let's poll the room. Do you think it's needed?
No. We need. When you buy public phones, as in all public phones are free now.
Yeah, but there's no public phones on the site.
But at the Jamboree we had the booths of voice.
Yeah. Do we need those? I think that's the question.
All leaders kind of take their own place. I mean, if a kid really is feeling homesick, it's not hard to find an adult.
Yeah.
So my thing about that is that it gives an alternative for the leaders to say, do not bring your phone. Because we are providing phones which you will have access to 24/7, either via a leader or in the dropout area.
But then we have terrain that's meant to be offline so that they can record what they're doing in their record.
In terms of certain features of that though as well, so half the time you can't use it correctly without it.
Realistically, no scout's going to sit there at the end of the day and tick off the meeting. Guaranteed. Absolutely.
And I think with a major event, there are a lot more risks there around mobile phones. They're a bit more hyped up and they play.
It's overwhelmingly yes.
So I suppose that's that's the phone's internet.
Can I vote?
Of course you can.
Yes.
Yes, get on slide on, do it.
We'll leave that open, but keep going.
So I'm not sure.
But then again, an internet cafe is different to phone access.
Yeah.
Yes. If they want to send their parents a photo they took during the day on a camera, my kids just bring your cameras with them to the activities, and they really wanted to send this photo to their mum.
Yeah.
And they wanted to try and get access to the internet.
Is there an internet cafe going to be at Carlton Cup? We're going to have an internet cafe at Carlton Cup?
No.
So I guess this.
But we're only talking a 6-day camp. We're not talking a 12-day jamboree.
And I suppose the point I was illustrating is that we don't. So remember those big circles I had at the first thing. So we don't necessarily have to think in terms of this as a jamboree because it's actually closer to a Cohen Cup than a jamboree. So. Yeah.
And in all fairness, even at ADHD mindsets, like we've set up the internet cafe and a lot of confusion, and a lot of times I went there, but it was falling behind me because more what I was doing more quieter races than what we were racing more and stuff. So that's why.
We also setting it up now.
Well, the answer to the question is it's certainly possible to have one. Do we think it's warranted for that short a time? I don't know. I'm happy to take people's feedback on that. What would it look like? Do there need to be computers in there? Does it just need to be Wi-Fi access? Like, what does it look like? Because we're not encouraging people to bring phones. So do we need to supply devices? What does it actually need to look like for it to be useful?
Well, if you don't have your own devices, you need to provide more than just Wi-Fi.
That's right. So what's the purpose of the facility? So if you've got thoughts on that, I'd be interested in hearing them. Because we have provided internet cafes before, and they can be really well attended, and they can be very poorly attended. We've got some data to fall back on.
Is it a camp or an internet group?
Correct. Well, that's right. Exactly.
Can you just have it in the leaders retreat, whatever you want to call it, leaders area, so that the leaders
We can do anything. We can do anything. But what is the purpose of having it? So that's what I want to know. Why would we do it? What is it? What's the aim? What are we trying to achieve? And if we can answer that question, then I can come back with a facility that meets that requirement. But my opinion is that I don't think it needs anything. It's an unplugged camp. If people want to send photos, their leaders have all got phones. You're more than welcome to use them. The coverage at the site is really good. There's 4G coverage, although if you're on Vodafone, good luck. James.
Would it maybe be handy to have some phones, maybe not on public, but for the wellbeing team, as you say, for if a unit that needs to call home,
and I'll tell you,
give the permission to do it.
No, and I'll tell you why. Because that bypasses the line leader. The line leaders need to have control over the communication between scouts and parents, because if and this happens all the time, it's happened at every jamboree, scouts ring home and say, Mum, I want to come home, the line leader doesn't know about it, and it becomes a big problem. So we need to encourage scouts to, if they're feeling homesick, talk to their line leader. All the communication should be through the line leader where possible. Are we happy with that?
Yes. Our first go home one was day 3.
Yep, that's pretty standard.
We're
on the bus on the way there. That's good feedback, and we are intending to have some level of Wi-Fi at the site. Cool, thank you.
There's a couple of other things up there.
So that was a question, how do parents see what's going on from there. So we will have the Facebook site going, and normally the units will have their own Facebook site as well.
Yeah.
When they upload your info. So I'd say those would be the 2 best practices.
Yeah, I'd encourage all of that stuff to be done at unit level where possible.
Josh, do you want to take that top one?
Well, that pretty much answers that question, I think.
It can be great for 6 days to be out there, no need for internet facilities.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 74% of people agree to that.
From a very wide data pool.
There's one other question that's unrelated.
Yeah, put it up.
I didn't want to put it up with that stuff.
Yeah. Do you plan on any animals? Yes, there'll be camels, there'll be sheep.
There'll be scouts.
There's a sheep zone on the site map.
There'll be a sheep zone, yeah. No dogs, no cats, maybe a few mice.
There might be some dogs.
There will be some mice.
Sheep dogs.
Oh, sheep dogs, cool. Quite interesting that the question comes from the wild.
Koala wants to know if she's allowed to come on. All right. We all good? You want to wrap it up?
Yep.
Yeah, you can wrap it up.
Alright, so then thank you guys for giving up your Saturday. Thank you for people online.
Back to work tomorrow.
Yep, so I suppose, as I said at the start, one of the early slides, so we're about halfway along. There's still some decisions that we yet to make. There's still some information that we yet to collate and publish, but I guess the purpose of today was kind of be open about kind of where we're at and kind of just to help you guys plan. So, yeah, we'll definitely be kind of putting in writing kind of what will be there, what you need to bring, rules around mobile phones, ways for people to do their Snapchat streaks in the not having internet. Yeah, so I guess I appreciate the need to get that information out there, so we just work as a team to get that out as soon as we can. I think I made a commitment to get an emotional pack that you can run through with your units, because I do want you guys to be really helping that promotion across the next month. And can't emphasise enough to reach out to the JamX email box that we've got, which was jamx@sa.scouts.com.au. That's only really had 10 emails to it. There's more than 10 questions out there, so feel free to hit that box and we'll action it accordingly. There we go.
You're just sharing your concerns. Like, I've noticed there's been a few concerns and hopefully we've answered those. But if you just want to send them via email, please do so. That helps us make sure that we'll deliver the best event we can. Thank you. But that makes sure we can deliver the best event, so the leaders will have a good time, the scouts have a good time, even though we don't have a jamboree. That'll be something, hopefully, that the scouts will go home and say, that was a great camp.
And then, Dan, and bring your team out here just so I can say a bit of a thanks.
We'll go home.
Oh, they're all gone home. Thank you to the catering team. I'm not sure how much notice you had for helping us out today. Josh, thank you.
Wait till you see the Wait till you see the bill for catering. And streaming.
Yeah, thank you for coming and sorting that out. Hopefully that's provided some benefit to people back home. But otherwise, I think we're done. If there's anything else, so thank you guys.